Welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms. Let me position my microphone closer. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. Sorry, I'm doing some last minute adjusting of things. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. We're going to have an interesting stream tonight. I'm going to explain why that is in a second. But first, I want to show something I got on my little trip recently. I got Spider-Gwen.
Yes, it was long awaited.
Yeah. Which, I don't know what I was even thinking. I should have worn my Gwen hoodie today. But I've worn it in the past, so you guys have seen it. But I will say, sending out another apologies to our good friend Steph, because we had a little bit of a competition for this, and instead of competing fairly, I just went right up to the register and said, I would like to purchase that. So,
all fair and love and toy collectibles.
Yeah, I was... But I was radiating, Gwen energy that weekend. So, I think even he acknowledged that it was fair, and so. But yeah, hope you guys are all doing well. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Christine. I hope you're doing well, and it was great to see you that weekend as well. You guys are all so great. So tonight we're going to be talking about the 20th anniversary of the film Kingdom of Heaven. But we're going to be doing it. I'm going to be doing it a little differently. Jared has prepared as he always does. So nothing will be off about the way he discusses the movie. But here's the thing, everybody. I'm getting to see this film remastered in 4K on the big screen this Wednesday. So I didn't want to ruin my experience, and not ruin, but spoil my experience by watching it at home 3 days prior, the way I have for years. So I haven't rewatched the film for today's discussion, but that's not a huge problem, because I know the film really, really well. And I did, since I didn't watch the film, I watched the 2.5 hour documentary called The Path to Redemption, which was on the 4-disc director's cut DVD back in the day. And as well as a bunch of other featurettes that are included on that DVD release. So I'm well prepared with lots of various behind the scenes factoids. So the discussion will be a little different as a result, but we're still going to do a great job of celebrating this film's 20th anniversary, and it's a bit of a hype session for me, getting to go see it on the big screen in 3 days. I have to drive 2 hours to go see it, but it's going to be worth it. Oh wait, can you say that again? I couldn't hear you, Jay.
I said I admire your commitment to experiencing epic stories like this one on the big screen whenever possible. I regret that I probably won't be able to go see it because, as you said, it's a 1 day only thing, and I have to work that day, and my local theater isn't showing it. So I will just have to live vicariously through you and through my Blu-ray copy. And it's okay that you didn't watch it, the movie this week, because I watched it twice. And I know that I said the last time that I was going to try to rewatch the theatrical cut and the director's cut. And I should say I'd watched the movie about 2.25 times, because I started to watch the theatrical cut, and after I'd gotten enough of a sense, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to go back to the real version of the movie.
Yeah, because it is such a once you've seen the director's cut, it becomes even more apparent how gutted the original version of the film was. And yeah, I have felt no desire to go back to the original the theatrical release, and we're going to talk about that because there's a lot of history involved in that. But yeah, there's no question. For me, this is like the textbook example of like, a director's cut that is not only superior but absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I will say, like, as far as like the screening this Wednesday, first of all, like, I do have to drive to Tampa to see it. And at first I was like, oh no, they're not showing it here. Well, that would have been nice. And usually I have to work on Wednesday evenings anyway. So that's why, I don't know why, like, it seems like whenever studios do these one day only releases, they tend to pick Wednesday. And I have no idea why. It's the most random day to do something like that. Like, why not Friday? That makes sense. But it just so happens that my work is in the morning this Wednesday. And I've, as I've discussed previously, hasn't been the best couple of weeks for me. So I saw that, and I saw that it was playing in Tampa, and I'm like, you know what? F it. I'm going to spoil myself. I'm going to drive for a couple hours. I'm going to go see this amazing, wonderful film that I've always kind of dreamed about getting to see the true director's cut, on the big screen for. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to check this one off the list. So I'm really excited. But yeah, just like, I guess before we get into the whole sordid history of of what happened with this movie, I am curious, when did you first see the film?
So I first saw the original version, the theatrical version, not in theaters. It was, I think, a year or two. It was like probably like 2006 thereabouts, because yes, and absolutely we will be touching on this because it's probably the biggest omission. In terms of because 2006 was kind of, it was kind of a peak year around that time for Orlando Bloom. He was he had just finished off the Lord of the Rings trilogy. He was right in the midst of the Pirates of the Caribbean run. I think Dead Man's Chest came out that year. So when I saw that there was a medieval epic history film directed by Ridley Scott, starring Orlando Bloom and Eva Green, who was going to be in Casino Royale later that year, and a whole host of other incredible actors, I was excited for it. So I rented it from the old Blockbuster, and when I put it in, I ultimately I liked the movie, but my overwhelming sense was like, that was a decent to okay movie, but I feel like it's missing something. I feel like that could have been a great movie if there had just been a few other changes. And then I started hearing about this Fables director's cut a year or two later, and then I watched that version of the movie, and I'm like, there it is. There's the movie I thought that when I heard about this premise from this director. There it is. And hearing about everything that Ridley Scott had to go through in the tortured fighting to try to get his vision on screen, and then losing that battle, and then winning that battle later, I'm like, this is, as you said, like the textbook example of what a great director's cut should be. And now we have the great movie Kingdom of Heaven that I have loved for the past almost 20 years now.
Yeah, and here is that beautiful director's cut package that came out in 2006. Yeah, I like, this is seriously, and not just the cut of the film itself. I should also say, like, there's a reason why I still have this. And it's because, well, I mean, it's a breathtakingly gorgeous set. It is like, this is one of those DVD sets that for me is right up there with the Lord of the Rings extended editions. It's got a superior cut of the film. It's got, an exhaustive documentary, various behind the scenes featurettes that supplement that documentary. It's got all the archival like specials and trailers, TV spots, and like and commentaries. It's got 3 separate commentary tracks, and it's just like it's right up there with the best the format ever had to offer. And you look back at that now and you're like, oh, those were the days. We don't have them anymore. But yeah. I should mention that all that beautiful stuff will be available on the new 4K edition. So if you've never purchased the film and you want to, that would be a good excuse. But yeah, it's funny that you mentioned seeing the original version of the movie and feeling like you felt like this could be a great movie, but it's missing something. And I remember feeling exactly the same way, because like all the ingredients were there. It like the look of the film was so amazing. The sort of tone of it, the actors and the characters, like they felt like these great, like classic cinematic characters. You got like Balian, Godfrey, Sibila, the Baldwin, the King Baldwin, characters with names like Guy de Lusignan and Reynald of Chatillon. It's like it just like watching the movie, I was like, this feels like the movie where like 20 years from now I'll be looking back and I'll be like, that was a classic movie. But it was just missing is something like the depth that you would expect from a film like that just wasn't there. And so I heard about the potential director's cut fairly early on. I'm like, oh God, I hope that happens. And I just hope it's as great as I want it to be. And then sure enough, when it eventually did come out on DVD, because it did have a theatrical screening in exactly 1 theater, which just seems like so cruel and like the perfect like grace note for the studio's relationship with Scott on this film, which it's more complicated than that, and we'll get into that. But so when it finally did come out on DVD, I watched it, and like what was great was it wasn't just like, all right, we're going to throw all the deleted scenes back into the movie. It was a very measured, like calculated edit of the film that was clearly what the film was supposed to be. If you look at that DVD package, there's still like 30 minutes worth of deleted scenes on there that were not put back into the movie. And that's because this was not just a sort of free-for-all extended edition where let's just put everything back in that we love. This was the movie. This was what was supposed to come out. And just watching it, it's a revelation. It's everything that's put back in is not just extra fluff. It's like important, crucial character and plot detail. And yeah, so again, it's just like, it is the sort of, for me, it's the most, important, quote unquote director's cut ever released. I know a lot of, obviously a lot of people will cite Ridley Scott's one of his other classic films, Blade Runner, which had its own really troubled history on the road to a true director's cut. And that film's director's cut certainly got the ball rolling on this whole phenomenon of releasing alternate cuts. But for me, Kingdom of Heaven is the one that it's like, no, the version that was released in the theaters was a train wreck, and what we have here is the true, authentic version of the film, and it's a classic.
No, and I mean, and it feels fitting that as much of a trial as it was for Ridley Scott to get this version out into the world, that once he finally did, it forever has his stamp on it, so that people know that like this was the movie, this was his vision. It wasn't just that, as you said, like they are kind of doing this a little bit haphazardly. He had this story that he wanted to tell, and then unfortunately he was told to shave 45 minutes off of it. And that sometimes, you can, a leaner, meaner movie can be the better version in certain cases, but that not usually, generally not with a big historical epic, and certainly not with a Ridley Scott historical epic.
And like, you don't get a movie lean by cutting out fat. You don't get it lean by cutting out like muscle and like actual like important body organs.
No, I mean it is kind of the proverbial. It's like I want to lose 20 pounds. It's like, great, we'll cut off your arm, and you're like, no. But in this case, especially for this being like a story based on real world history, you really kind of need that extra time to build out, the world, and with all of these characters, to give them real motivations as the complex real people that they were. And I will note, as is the case with most of these, historical epic dramas, this is not meant to be a history document. It differs from real world history in many ways, but that is all. But this director's cut is closer to the true version of history than the theatrical cut is, and that was important to me because I should mention one of the other reasons I was so keen to see this movie was a year or two before, I was in high school, and we had been studying the Crusades in our history class, and I actually did my end of the year term paper on Salahuddin, the Muslim leader of the Saracens, and kind of his life and his quest to restore the Jerusalem to his people, and my research had focused a little bit more on what ends up following this movie, his wars with Richard the Lionheart. But I'd known a lot of these names. I knew about Balian, I knew about Guy de Lusignan, I knew about King Baldwin, I knew about Sibila, and so it was important to me that they, like, as characters, that they were treated with respect. Regarding the real world history, and especially Salahuddin, because I think that this movie does a much better job of honoring the people as they were, and again, not it's some of this is dramatized, certain events are condensed, and certain characters' motivations are changed, but ultimately what this is meant to do is tell us the story about this period in history. And I think that this movie, as a piece of entertainment, does that quite admirably.
Yeah, it's interesting what this film does, because it's also a very the thing that I don't think it shies away from this. Like, at the end of the day, it is, and I want to be careful how I use this, because like it is like a very excellent telling of the Crusades and all, but like all movies, it is Hollywoodized to a certain extent, and you can see a lot of that in terms of like we're given characters who we can root for, and certain plot elements are sort of modified to fit a modern sensibility where we have a different understanding of things. The big climax of the movie, if you read up on history, it's a bit more complicated than what we see in the film, but that's because like what certain things meant back in those times versus what would be the equivalent today, it's important to that a one-to-one wouldn't necessarily work. And also, it's, as I said, it's Hollywoodized to a certain degree, and you don't want your audience to walk out of the theater feeling completely dejected and miserable. So it's and the character Balian is an amalgamation of things, and there was a Balian who who defended Jerusalem, but it's not this Balian. This Balian is largely a creation of the screenwriter, and and things like that you would expect. Like, at the end of the day, this is a movie for people to come in and enjoy. You shouldn't take it as a strict history lesson, but that doesn't mean that it can't be enormously entertaining and educational at the same time, in the sense that I think it probably inspired a lot of people to follow up and read more about the period. And I always say, though, like, if you watch a movie and expect like a perfect representation of history, you're doing it wrong. Like, that's just not the purpose of cinema. So yeah, I for me, this is the quintessential like cinematic depiction of the Crusades, and it's beautiful, and it's inspiring, it's emotional, and it's just everything that you should want. And one of the things I was going to say was, it has certain modern sensibilities, because there is not like, we think about things in a certain way in a modern context that don't necessarily have an equivalent to back in the medieval times. And so when you have like characters who feel a certain way about religion in this film, it's like, it's not meant to say that like that's what equivalent characters really would be thinking, but this is a movie being made in a modern age, and it's talking about modern things, and there was a lot going on in the world at the time of this movie's release, as there always is, as we have seen, and so this movie was speaking to a lot of those things. And so the important thing to remember is, it's not always about the time that's being depicted, but also the time in which the film is being made. And I know some people who that's not their thing, and they want, like, if they're watching something about history, they do want a documentary, and but that's not what this movie is, and that's honestly not what I expect from my movies. So yeah, with that out of the way, now we can just focus on how wonderful the film is. I do want to say, you mentioned his name as sort of when you were first introduced to this movie, and I want to make sure that like he's not like that we don't undervalue him in our discussion, because it would be very easy, because this movie is a who's who of like acclaimed, amazing, legendary actors. But I've always felt that Orlando Bloom was massively underrated for his work in this film, and I want to make sure that we pay respect to him right off the bat, because he has gotten some flack over the years, maybe just because because success did come to him so quickly early on in his career. But for me, like, this is without a doubt my favorite work of his. I think he's extraordinary in this film, and I think people were a bit unfair to him, because coming into like Ridley Scott's first big epic of this kind after Gladiator, there were a lot of things like, well, he's no Russell Crowe as Maximus, and it's like, yes, but he's not supposed to be. He's supposed to be Balian, and also, to be fair, a lot of things related to his character were cut out of the original version of the film, and but once you actually get to see all the pieces in place, I think he gives a wonderful performance that's full of what's the word I'm looking for? Subtlety and gravity and pathos, and yeah, it's just, and speaking of the director's got so much of his wonderful material right off the bat in the beginning of the film, where you just see him mourning the loss of his wife, and how he transforms over the course of the film through his relationships, first with his father Godfrey, and then Sibila, Baldwin, and Iman, who I really want to talk about in this film because he's one of my favorite characters. And yeah, I just feel like he hasn't ever gotten like the props for this, because he is the lead in the film, and like his performance needs to work, and if it didn't, the film wouldn't work. And yeah, so I just wanted to say that because yes, we all love Pirates of the Caribbean, and we all adore Will, but this is his blacksmith performance. But, which, by the way, he took flack for that too. It's like, does he always have to play a blacksmith? He did it twice, people. Twice.
That's so dumb. Yeah, but ultimately it is kind of something that we see a lot with young handsome actors who kind of have success early in their career and get slotted into big Hollywood blockbuster epics, and sometimes people feel like they aren't, they haven't earned that level of acclaim yet. I think something similar happened to Colin Farrell earlier in his career, where he kind of got pigeonholed a little bit. But the thing about it is that people also have a tendency to undervalue like the kind of the stoic, leading man performance, where when they're not giving like the big epic, emotional like speeches like Russell Crowe in Gladiator. And I'm glad you mentioned him, because that's a ridiculous bar to hold any actor to. That's one of the best performances ever. And no, yeah. I do not think that Orlando Bloom's performance as Balian in this movie equals Russell Crowe's, but it doesn't need to. He's playing a different character. There are different needs of the story, and much, as you said, much of his struggle, his dynamic, his conflict throughout this story is internal. I mean, yes, he's fighting, to protect, the citizens of the kingdom of Jerusalem, and he's having conflict with Guy and Reynald, and he's, falling in love with Sibila, and he's, but ultimately, what is at the heart of his character is his grief, his sense of loss, and as he says in the beginning, when he agrees to go with his father Godfrey on this pilgrimage, he's looking for forgiveness, and that's a hard thing to depict in in an epic cinematic way, because in many respects, the person what he's looking for forgiveness from are God and his wife, his deceased wife, and neither of them are present on screen. So it's really him, kind of like struggling with like finding his place in this new world, and so you have to actually watch what he's doing with his facial expressions and his mannerisms and the timbre of his voice, as opposed to just being blown off the screen by him. Like I said, I liked his performance, in the original theatrical cut, but there's so much more to it in the director's cut. And as I've gone back and watched it, I actually think I agree with you, Gwen. Like, I mean, I adore the character of Legolas, and I think he gives a great performance in all those movies. I think that I adore the character of Will Turner. I think he gives an incredible performance in those movies, the Pirates of the Caribbean films. But the more I think about it, the more I think that his performance as Balian in this movie might actually be his best performance. And
Yeah.
I do want people to recognize that, again, he is not just, another pretty face of Hollywood leading men in this movie. He is giving a real performance here, and it's beautiful and understated and quite heartbreaking. And then by the end, you feel that he has achieved that which he set out to do. He has found the peace he was looking for.
Yeah. And it's I do, like, I'm hoping to see a resurgence from him at some point in the future, because like his sort of Hollywood story does feel like he peaked early, and did, had a lot of major success, and he hasn't done as much over the years since. I think that's unfortunate, because I think as an actor he's gotten better and better, but he hasn't necessarily, like, I feel like this was the juiciest role that he had, and I would have liked to see more from him in this vein. Unfortunately, I think he kind of suffered from, and this movie may be a part of it, like tight casting of, like, he was, the young attractive guy in these big huge epics, and hopefully he gets the chance to do some more work that gets noticed in years to come. I certainly hope so. But in the meantime, he's certainly made his mark. I mean, I'm sorry, but who else can say that, they were, in Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean, and, and Ridley Scott's Kingdom of Heaven. Like, these are really big roles. Not so much, I know he doesn't get as much affection for this, but I actually think he's got some really good work in some of it. Wolfgang Petersen's Troy as well. Like, he did some major projects, and hopefully it's not the last, that we see of him. But in the meantime, I feel like he's already, like, he had already made his mark, in a really big way. But part of what makes his performance, like, so great in this film is, again, I feel like so much of it was cut out. Like, I go back again to the beginning of the film. There's this great shot where he is just sitting next to his wife's grave, and he's being taunted by his brother, or
his brother,
yeah. And I wasn't sure if they're, like, I imagine half brother. So
I think he originally thought he was his full brother, but now he's his half brother, because obviously what we're talking about from Godfrey.
Yeah, and of course. And he just looked so hollow and dejected and dead inside. And then when his half brother is tormenting him, just the way he looks over at him, still with those dead eyes, like, nothing you can say is gonna make me feel worse than what I'm feeling. And there's so much of that in the opening bits of the movie, until, like, and all throughout his interactions with Godfrey. And he's shaken a bit in those scenes, because getting some news he wasn't expecting, but there's still this feeling of, like, he's an empty shell. But then all that changes when he gets a revelation from his half brother, which we'll talk about, and not an accident that there's so much fire involved in that scene. That the fire inside him is lit again, and maybe his half brother is wishing he had kept his mouth shut. But it's such an important moment in the film, because it's when Balian comes back alive, in many respects, although he still has a long road ahead of him. But that's when, like, you can tell that in Orlando Bloom's performance. It's just because that's when it shifts from, like, being just completely empty and without any of that fire, to it morphs into anger and hatred and a moment of just pure rage. And that's part of what he spends, the rest of the film trying to come back from, and finding, peace, but also forgiveness. And I just, there's so much about his performance that I love, and so much of it is in that sort of the complexity of that beginning performance, which is just not there in the original version of the film, because you don't have any context for exactly what he's going through. And yeah, so I think he does splendid work.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of my big takeaways from watching this movie this time was just like, God damn, I miss Orlando Bloom in movies. He's so good. I mean, and you said he's still working. He was in, like, Gran Turismo last year, and
Yeah.
lest we feel too bad for poor Orlando Bloom, he's dating Katy Perry.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm like, yeah, he's fine.
But in particular, I love that you mentioned the fact that, like, in the beginning, we're just focused so much on him, kind of the silence of his character and the hollowness, because he doesn't speak for, like, his first several scenes. He's really just kind of he's suffered an incredible trauma and loss. And his beloved wife they were going to have a child. Unfortunately, the child was stillborn, and as we learn, his wife fell into a deep melancholy that she couldn't get out of, and she took her own life. Which would be horrible and tragic in any other circumstances, but especially in this early, this time period in this world with people who are this devoutly, devout in their Christian beliefs, they go in to explain that, suicide is considered one of the greatest sins in all of Christianity in this time. And the going assumption is that anyone who takes their own life for whatever reason is condemned to an eternity in hell. And so he's left with the struggle of not only that his wife, he no longer has his wife or this child that they were going to raise together, but that his wife is now going to suffer for all eternity. and just that would be devastating to anybody. But it also is, being compounded by the fact that he just has no outlet for this. There's no one he can talk to. He certainly can't talk to his freaking brother, who, by the way, that's another thing that the director's cut doesn't, that fixes, is that the theatrical version doesn't make it clear that the priest is his brother.
He's just a priest. He's just like a random asshole priest. And then the director's cut, we find out it's his brother. Kind of an important detail.
Kind of, yeah. Because otherwise, you're just asking, why is this priest such a dick?
Okay, like, historically speaking.
Historically speaking, but yes, but it's clear that, like, the reason that his brother is being such a dick is because his brother wants him to, basically go off and die, so that he can inherit all of his money. Because clearly his brother, even though he is ostensibly a priest, is not really a man of God. He is just in it for the perks. And this would be a wonderful time to shout out Michael Sheen does a wonderful job playing the brother, and I don't think I've ever liked him less in any movie, which is interesting because he's usually a very likable actor.
Yeah, I remember because he was starting to have a moment when this film came out, and it was weird, like, seeing him in this bit part as this asshole priest. It's like, why is he doing this? And and then when you see, like, how important his part really truly is, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Now, and to be clear, he was not as big as he now is, because now you hear Michael Sheen, you're like, oh my god. But yeah, it definitely made more sense of his appearance in this movie. And by the way, I do want to really quick just shout out Balian's wife, played by Natalie Cox, who does not even have a speaking role and is only in the director's cut, is only in this opening moment, but she just has this warm smile that, like, you know, her presence carries over through the rest of the film and is so important to what Balian goes through. So again, it's like something that should not have been cut out of the movie. You know, you could look at this and say, again, like I said, she doesn't have a speaking part. It's, you know, she's deceased when the movie begins, and this is a flashback. But I do think it's really important to establishing Balian's state of mind and his connection to her.
No, I think that it's essential for us to see her and to see her alive, so that we have at least a sense of what it is that that Balian has lost, rather than her just being a pure idea. And I believe it's that they share a mother. But because like one of my absolute favorite directorial moments in the movie is that opening scene where we see Balian in the dream looking out at his wife, and then we get the fade of the light into him in the cell. And you can see just even the way Orlando Bloom is like just focusing his eyes in that scene. You can tell he's a million miles away. You know, he may be alive, but effectively he is wishing that he was not. And part of this journey is ultimately him coming back to life in that way. But ultimately, I just think that it was essential for us to have that context, because as you know, as we learn also in that conversation the priest has with the bishop, you know, when like it's not just the fact that she killed herself and the fact that she is ostensibly in hell, it's the shame that society places on it, and the fact like the priest himself is almost appalled with the fact that it's the expectation that any suicide you cut off the person's head. And he has the great line of like, there are things done in Christendom that Jesus Christ himself would never condone, and this is certainly one of them.
Yeah. And let me oh wait, I might have this. Sorry, I'm looking at I'm looking at certain cast members and trying to find out if this is who I'm thinking about. Oh wait, no, that's sorry. This is not good for our discussion. Yeah, I think the bishop is, oh god, I can't for the life of me. I can't find who it is. I believe he's an actor.
It's Bill Patterson is the actor.
Bill Patterson. There he is. Okay. And I know him very well from the television series Outlander. He's in that. I remember when I saw him in that and I was like, where do I know this guy from? And it's from this this bit right here. And he's been in a number of other things too, and he's a phenomenal actor, and it's a very small part in this film. And that's the thing, you've got all these amazing heavy hitters just brought in for these relatively smaller roles, and it's just it's just amazing, you know. And speaking of, like, you know, in this whole opening sequence and great actors and television show connections, we've got a number of Game of Thrones connections. We've got who's the creepy guy from North of the Wall, and Craster.
Sir Robert Pugh plays the
Robert
Lord of
Pugh.
and Bronson
And
Webb, the Night's Watchman who dies in the opening scene from Game of Thrones. He's Will's apprentice, and then there's somebody whose name I can't quite remember who's also there.
oh, who is that? Is it Nicholas something?
Yeah, Nikolai Coster-Waldau, Jamie Lannister. Jamie Lannister is in this movie before he was Jamie Lannister, obviously.
With blonder hair than he ended up having. Game of Thrones. Sorry, I had to. No, it's like I remember when I went back and I watched this, I was like, actually, no, that's not true. I think when he was casting Game of Thrones, and I was looking up stuff he was in, and I think I saw that he had played this role. But still, when I went back to watch this, even like knowing that it was him, was like, seriously, what the fuck? That's so amazing. And it just adds a whole nother like he does a great job in his small role here. Especially when he comes, brings his goons up with him against Godfrey and the knights, and he's appropriately sneering and all that wonderful stuff. But once you have all that history of him as Jamie Lannister, it's even more delicious. It's just so fun to watch him in that small role. And also, as one of Godfrey's men, Kevin McKidd of Rome fame, or as many other people will say, Grey's Anatomy fame. And this was around the same time as Rome. So I was watching this. I was like, oh my God, it's Lucius Vorenus. And then, oh, he died.
Doesn't even have a name in this movie. He's just the English sergeant. But it is a very good, small performance.
It is.
And Nikolai Coster-Waldau, we should note, he plays like the sheriff, who, as we learned in the director's cut, is also the son of Robert Pugh's, aka Craster's.
This
Lord.
is like how extensive the edits on this film got, because in the original version, I think, like he goes up to Godfrey. And he's like, it's when they're getting ready to fight. He says, "You are Lord. I must give you the road." And the actual line in the director's cut is, "You are my uncle. I must give you the road," which makes more sense.
Yes.
And there's all kinds of cut out lines, like when Liam Neeson says nephew, and things like that. It's like, if you have to like change that much, to make something work, it's like that original version of the movie is a travesty in just so many ways.
Yeah, and it even adds like added depth and character motivation for this very minor character of the sheriff, because once you know that he's the Lord's son, there's the conversation that Craster and Jamie have. I only use those terms because the characters themselves don't actually have names; they're just the Lord and the and the sheriff. But when Craster and Jamie are talking, and Craster says that Godfrey is a baron of Ibelin, quite a big inheritance for a younger brother, but he doesn't have any heirs. So when he dies, he comes to me and then goes to you. And then Jamie is like, I like this. So when he goes to,
and I thank the stars for my uncle.
I think that stuff, which is almost a Jamie Lannister line in and of itself. And the fact is, like, so when he's going to arrest, Balian, it's not just like he's really enthusiastic about justice and catching murderers and he just likes his job. It's like, no, he wants to kill these guys so that he can inherit Ibelin down in the Holy Land.
And that's a pretty big part. Like, and that's not only like character motivation, but that's plot. It's what's happening right now. This is not just an arrest. This is a whole scheme to get rid of Godfrey so that he can have the inheritance. And it's like there's so much going on, which again, it's like, it's complexity. that is missing from the original version of the movie. And that's involving these, like, the small unnamed, character. There's so much more, like, just thinking about some of the other stuff in this opening act, like even things as simple as, like, you actually asked yourself, like, why on God's earth was this left out of the theatrical? Because it's not like it took up that much screen time. There's just a line talking about how, Balian was, he'd been to war and as an engineer, and, like, that kind of has a bearing on how he's able to prepare the city of Jerusalem for to protect it. And I remember seeing the movie originally, and people were like, how does this blacksmith know how to, like, wage war and stuff? It's like, because he's done it. It's like all it was a single line that they pulled out of the movie. And, like, and you just shake your head. It's like, okay, I get, like, major subplots. If you were looking to cut stuff out of the movie, like, it still sucks, but it makes sense how it's a significant amount of real estate that you can pull out of the movie. But a single line that explains how your character knows things that he knows, it's like, what were they thinking?
Yeah, clearly you can tell that this movie was made in the nascent internet era, because if it hadn't, then Balin would have been branded a Gary Stew. How does he know all these things, Gwen? How does he know? Like, how does he know how to fight and to build siege towers?
Well, actually, I think the movie would have been perfectly fine if it came out nowadays, because Balian is still a man at the end of the day.
Well, yes, it's telling, like, again, the double standard that's in place. But even so, it's like the internet would have still done its internet thing, and fortunately, like, again, this is something that, as you said, never should have been cut out of the movie, even for, like, runtime reason. It's just like you're crippling your own product.
Yeah. God. But it's as a way of, like, naturally sort of moving through the different characters, we mentioned them a couple times. Really want to talk about Liam Neeson as Godfrey.
Yeah.
And this was during his period of, like, playing mentors on screen, because he was also playing Ra's al Ghul in Batman Begins,
which we will be talking about in a few weeks. But yes, this is he's a little bit less dastardly here.
Yeah. Although I do love his delicious turn, playing evil in that movie. And yeah, we'll save all that for that discussion. But no, he's so wonderful in this, and it's bittersweet because he's only in the first act of the film, but it just makes, it's bittersweet, but it's still sweet, and and I love his presence in the film, and just the way that he, like, walks up to Balian, and that's another thing. In the original version of the movie, he's more, like, blunt in sort of what he's telling Balian. And again, I think one of the great things about the director's cut is, I'm going to use that word a lot, the complexity of it. He's saying the thing, but he's also, like, it's more appropriate to, like, the time and the world, where he's just not going to come blurt out as he does in the original version and say, Balian, I'm your father. It's very carefully worded, where it says, I knew your namesake. I knew your mother. To be courteous, I should say that it was against her objections, but I was the Lord's brother, and she had no choice. I loved her in my fashion. I promise you, I did not force her. And so much is, and what is not said there is painfully obvious, and it's the beauty of the writing that it doesn't have to be said outright. And then he goes right in saying, I am Godfrey, the Baron of Ibelin. I have 20,000 men at arms in Jerusalem. If you will come with me, you will have a living, and you will have my thanks. There it is. And Balian says, whoever you are, my lord, my place is here. What it made it your place is now dead. And one of my favorite moments, he says, you will never see me again. If you want anything of me, take it now. I want nothing. I am sorry for your troubles. God protect you. And it takes right off. It is like one of those moments of don't wallow in self-pity. Like, this is a moment to like you put up or shut up. And like but Godfrey does give him those parting words, so he knows like where to follow. Another like great line in this movie: go to where the men speak Italian and continue until they speak something else. Which comes back at the end of the movie. And yeah, that's another thing. Like someone whose name we haven't mentioned yet, and we absolutely must, because like without him, there is no Kingdom of Heaven, and that is the writer William Monahan. Yeah. Who had like this was his first actual film that went into production, although he had been working with Ridley Scott before this. They were going to do the movie Tripoli, and which was going to be about Napoleon and Great Britain and them being at war, and that movie fell through. But this was Ridley Scott came to him and said, do you have anything on the Crusades, which he had been really thinking about? And William Monahan was like, do I have anything on the Crusades? Yes, I absolutely do, because he'd been thinking about certain things, and this was the sort of period that he was thinking about, and all his obsession sort of with this era of as he says, if not peace, then at least cohabitation between the Christians and the Muslims, and so they launched right into this film, and so this was his like first feature film. He followed it up with The Departed, for which he won an Academy Award. He had a really, really good start in the industry. So yeah, it's like without him, this movie would not be what it is. Like it's got, and that's another thing. Like I think, when you look at the original version, you can fault the writing because it looks like the film is very anemic and it doesn't have the substance you want it to have. But then when you see the director's cut, you're like, oh no, this is actually an extremely complex, wonderfully thought out script with killer dialogue. It's just amazing.
Yeah, no, and I mean, and that ultimately, writers, unfortunately, particularly writers who are just getting their start in the business, they oftentimes don't have the sway to say that, like, no, that this is important, this needs to stay in the movie. And so when certain things get cut out, then people who don't know the story are going to be like, well, that's bad writing. And it's like, no, it is not. This is a brilliant screenplay, and it brought to life wonderfully by Ridley Scott as the director and by the performers. Because the scene you mentioned with where Godfrey is telling Balian that he is his father, and the circumstances under which he became, his father, that is like, it's such a nuanced and complex, topic to handle, particularly for a modern audience that is going to be regarding this, origin for Balian as with some, with kind of a little bit of side eye, because obviously this is something that would not fly today for a lord to essentially, lay claim to a young woman of his village and father a bastard on her. But it's the way Liam Neeson plays it and the way that you hear Balian responding to it, you see the humanity of these characters. Yes, I would still argue that, what Godfrey did was in many respects wrong, and in many respects he knows that it was a sin, and he has but that doesn't mean that good couldn't and love didn't come from it, because he has the brilliant line right before his death when the hospitaller, who we haven't touched on but we will, asked him, are you sorry for your sins? And he looks up at Balian and says, for all but one. which is just such a, a lovely
Yeah,
moment, because however Balin came to be, his the
yeah, it's
circumstances are
not
not ideal.
denying that it was a sin,
Yeah.
and it's not saying that he doesn't feel bad about it, because I think he very much does. I think it's something he carries, but for the sake of his son and his relationship, and now that he was able to forge with his son, it's it's, I hate to use the word complicated, but like it's but it is, and it's sort of one of the brilliant master strokes of the script, that we can like look at, characters do wrong, but they're still human, and there's and we can still look at them and feel different things. Like I feel like Godfrey is a character who has done a lot of wrong in his life, and feels the weight of that, and feels regret about many things. But I think trying to make peace and do right by his son, is one of those things where he feels, it's established that he carries around guilt about how it happened, but I think ultimately, like, it's, the relationship that forms between the two of them is something that he's, grateful for.
And ultimately, like, when he comes to Balian, the first thing he asks, he asks him for forgiveness. And obviously, in that moment, given what he has just learned and what he's going through, Balian isn't going to give him that right at this moment. But ultimately, one of the beautiful, like, kind of thematic ideas about the writing is that, Balian's quest for forgiveness is what motivates him to join the Crusades, and Godfrey is also seeking forgiveness, in many respects, not only from his son, but from God and everything he's done. Because he has the line when Balian comes to him after having killed his brother, and he says very kind of slowly and haltingly, "I have done murder," and Godfrey's response is, "Haven't we all?" And there's so much weight in behind that, because he believes very fervently in this ideal, this kingdom of heaven that he talks about, and he believes in the king Baldwin, who is trying to make it a reality. But he also recognizes that reality is involved a lot of blood and pointless death, and men who do not live up to the ideals of the cross, like Guy de Lucian. And so, but that doesn't mean he's not willing to try and fight for a better world and seek forgiveness. And it takes courage to do that.
Yeah. Oh God, and another, like, I could just honestly recite all of Godfrey's lines. It's, when he first comes up to Balian, before all the other stuff that I just recited, he says, "Some say Jerusalem is the very center of the world for asking forgiveness. For myself, I call it here, now." Liam Neeson is such a fucking great actor. He's so amazing. Yeah, it's like, that's why I honestly feel like it's impossible to, to not love him. Like, even like, I won't get into it a lot, but we mentioned Batman Begins. I even love him in that, even though he turns out to be a villain. But he's like, but he has a certain point of view, and he has so much charisma in that part that he's very easy to admire in a weird way, even as he's doing bad things. And I think that carries over into all of his work, even when he's playing a much nicer person, where we can't help but both love and admire him. So, he's forever Qui-Gon Jinn. Like, I feel like our generation will always love that man for being the greatest Jedi Knight of all time. But yeah. So, and you mentioned David Thewlis's Hospitaller, who is also a really big part of this film, and he's a big part of the sort of messaging of the film as well, and what it means truly to be holy. And I think one of the true classic lines from this film, of which I think there's many, but I love his line, holiness is in right action and courage on behalf of those who cannot defend themselves, and goodness. What God desires is here and here. And what you decide to do every day, you will be a good man or not.
Yeah,
and it's so powerful. And yes, you can, again, this goes back to the whole historical thing, and like, could we expect a character in his position to actually say those words? Probably not, but this is, as I said, this is a movie in conversation with our modern times as well, and it's just like so great to have someone in this film saying those words, and how it, I think how that sort of hangs over Balian throughout the course of the film, and it's just beautiful. I think that's one of those lines that I've carried with me throughout so much of my life, and it's had it's a big part of how I've reconciled my own sort of inner faith, for lack of a better term, with sort of the way I see the world, and the way that religion has been misused, and so many things. I think it's had a really big impact on how I sort of move through the world, or at least how I try to.
yeah. No, I mean, and for me as well, I will note that even though I'm perhaps not the most devoted to going to church on Sundays, I am Catholic. I'm baptized and confirmed, and so I have always, and my grandparents in particular were extremely religious, and they were some of the best people I've ever known in terms of actually living the values that of God, that they that are the best of what we can be. But obviously, the history of the church, and particularly the Catholic Church, is rife with conflict in that. And one of the lines that the Hospitaller has before that beautiful line that you mentioned is when Balian notes that he seems to have lost his religion. The Hospitaller responds, "I put no stock in religion. By the word religion, I have seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God." And you're like, yep, that is pretty right on the nose for what we see in the world, and the atrocities that some people will carry out in the name of what is supposed to be something good and pure.
And also, we should say that, like, I mentioned, could we expect someone in his position to perhaps say that in the real world? But the fact of the matter is that there's also something, it's not explicitly stated, but there is something ambiguously spiritual about the character of the Hospitaller as well. And this is not the type of movie to just flat out, say what it is, but it's there, and so your question is this man, speaking perhaps with more authority than even we imagine he might have, and it's it's an aspect of the movie that I think is kind of cool. It's not flat out said what it is, but like I said, the ambiguity is there.
No, I love the ambiguity. We'll just make it explicit. There is a very popular fan theory out there that the Hospitaller is actually an angel, and an angel walking the earth. And as you said, the movie never outright confirms it. It doesn't need to. It's not that type of movie. If you want to believe in that idea, I think there's more than enough textual support for it, both in terms of the way the Hospitaller carries himself and his compassion. Little subtle lines like Balin, saying like I'm out of favor with God, and the Hospitaller, right? I haven't heard that lately. And then of course we will get to it. There's the scene with like the burning bush where the Hospitaller appears in the middle of the desert, and when there's no way he could have gotten there, and then Balin looks around 2 seconds later and there's absolutely no sign of him, and people are like, see, he's an angel. And I'm like, I think that you can,
which again cut out of the original version of the movie, and maybe that's why. Maybe it's like when they were already cutting a bunch of stuff out, they're like, well, maybe we can cut this thread out of it too. But I love that being there, and the burning bush. Like there's just so much, richness there. I think it's a beautiful scene. He is one of my favorite parts of this film, and again, talking about actors having a moment, like David Thewlis, had just recently come off of Prisoner of Azkaban, and and playing such a wonderfully sweet, amazing, person in that film. And, it was quite an evolution for those of us who had maybe grown up seeing him play more villainous types. I'm looking at you, Dragonheart. And to just change it to looking at him as someone who was very admirable and had a lot of just kindness and grace in him, and yeah, I love his performance here.
Every scene, every line that he has, just carries that added weight, even if he is not ultimately an angel, which I will just own that is, I kind of do subscribe to that interpretation, especially having seen the director's cut. But even if he's not, he does absolutely represent, the best of what of what these knights are supposed to be. There's also the line earlier at the table where Pastor Robert Pugh's Lord is mocking the Hospitaller, because basically like knights should be knights and monks should be monks. Men should not be both of these things at the same time. But like obviously a lot of these religious orders of the people who went on these crusades, they mixed, the military and the religion, both the Templars and the Hospitallers, and it's like, if you're actually fighting what you believe to be this holy war to create the kingdom of God, don't you kind of need to be both? And the hospital, obviously, like given our complicated nature as men, and there's not you're not going to always live up to that ideal, but the Hospitaller is there to represent that ideal.
Yeah, and there's a lot of a lot of the Crusaders who are using the guise of of their religion to commit atrocities, and the Hospitaller is the rejection of that. Not to say he doesn't like fight. He's a really badass fighter. That's what they did, but he's certainly approaching everything he sees from a genuine place. Whereas when you get the Knights Templar, and we'll talk about them, characters like Guy and Renaud, who are very familiar to people, to us as people we recognize in this current day and age. And it's so he's a great character. I think Jared potentially might have gotten a phone call, so I'm just okay.
No, just I if I get a phone call, behind the scenes look here, I'm on call for my medical group this weekend, so if I get a phone call, I may need to take it. But that was just a case of my dog Coda coming in and wanted to know where I was. So, but
I just want to because I want to make sure we move quickly and get on to some later parts of the film, but some things that I do just want to sort of sum up about this opening sequence. There's let me see if I can see who some of these people are, because some of them are characters who appear and disappear so quickly that that I'm afraid I don't necessarily remember their names in the film. But first, in the very opening of the film, which is a great opening, I want to single out Martin Hancock, who plays the gravedigger, who will come back into play later in the film, and we'll probably talk about him then. But he's one of the gravediggers burying Balian's wife, and that conversation with the priest, comes right before this amazing scene of Godfrey and the knights riding in, accompanied by, and I'm not going to forget this week, I want to mention the phenomenal score by Harry Gregson Williams, which I think is a classic score. There's some complications with that in that this is one of Ridley Scott's this film is one of his most egregious examples of using temp tracks throughout the film, and we'll talk about some of those as we get down the line, but they're all over the place in this film. But Harry Gregson Williams' phenomenal score still gets a lot of screen time, and that opening and is one of the examples. Just the use of the chorus, and it's just breathtakingly beautiful. I'll talk a bit more about it when we get there, but I'm thinking especially of the battle scene at Karak, when Balian and his men are riding in, and then the horses crash into each other, and it shows Balian like fighting on the battlefield, and there's this great soprano singer, in the story. It's so beautiful. This is definitely one of those scores, and I don't want to be too greedy because I just got the expanded soundtrack of Gladiator about a month or so ago, but this really could use an expanded score release just so we can get Harry Gregson Williams' score in full and hear it as it was intended to be, because I would really be interested in that. But yeah, welcome. I think we got it in new person. Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, we've been talking about that, about how this is, I think for both of us, the sort of prime example of a director's cut, triumphing over the original version of the film. Great to have you here. So yeah, and just a couple of names. Let's see if I can. I think I've located the two I wanted to single out. I'm not going to get this right, but Joko Ahola, as the character's name is Odo. I believe I think he's the guy with the big, strong guy with the blonde hair.
Yeah, the German guy. Yeah,
the German. He's amazing. Just yeah, I think one of his lines is, and God, what is it? I say we fight, and
yeah, it's when Nikolai Coster-Waldau is coming to he basically accusing Baldwin of killing his brother, the priest, which of course
I say he's innocent of the charges.
Yeah.
If you say he's not, then we'll fight, and God will decide the truth of it. Yeah, it's so great.
And Nikolai Coster-Waldau's response is great. It's like, just give him to me, I'll fight you for something else.
Yeah.
Again, a line that could have come right from Jaime Lannister's mouth. But in particular, yeah, like this guy, like he, as you said, he's only in this opening scene, but he has a lot of great moments, including the fact that like as the priest is trying to like talk up Balin and the idea of the Crusades in the opening scene, this guy just keeps interjecting like, "Shut up, we don't want to hear from you." And then of course, skipping ahead to the sad moment of his death, the fact that this dude takes an arrow through the neck, through the trachea, and gets up and still fights and kills people is like one of the more badass things. And again, this is something that was added in for the director's cut, because that's something that's kind of hard to get past the old censors.
Yeah. Oh God. And another one of the actors, Eric Abuani. Yeah. I'm sure I've butchered that. His character's name is Firuz. Yeah. He's the guy who in one of them is peeing in the in the river. He throws something at him as he's trying to brush his teeth.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, no, what the hell?
It's a great moment of humor, which again was cut out of the film, and he has a number of great moments where he corrects Craster, again, just gonna call him Craster, where he corrects him on Saladin's name, and yeah, it's yeah, he's got some great fight moments. It's like, yeah, he doesn't necessarily have like big moments of dialogue, but he has such a presence, as does most of the people in this group. I just you could have made a whole movie about Godfrey and his men.
Yeah, no, and all the more so, like, because it's a striking idea in this movie set in Europe and then the Middle East in 1184 AD, that like one of the first crusaders that we see on this road, and clearly a very good one and well-respected one, is a black man. And yeah. You're like, and that's something that like the movie didn't have to include that, but that is something that was a real part of history, and so I'm glad that they acknowledge that. And the character of Firuz, as you said, gets a couple of wonderful moments. It might be one of my favorite moments of comedy in the movie when he's yelling at the guy for pissing in the water, because it's like, dude.
And it also shows how much more intelligent he is as well, because like the other guy's not thinking about water flowing downstream. And yeah, okay, we need to get out of this opening sequence because there is so much more going on. I will say before we get into like, because I do kind of want to get to Jerusalem, because there's so many things going on there, but I do want to mention that Balian goes with Godfrey and his men on the road. Godfrey is heavily injured. So he's slowly dying over the course of this, and we obviously have to talk about the knighting scene because it's such an immense part of this movie, and it is one of those bits that like it made it slightly confusing when I was initially watching a version of this movie that was clearly missing so much, where I was like, but this feels like such a classic cinema moment, like it belongs in a movie that is much more fully formed, and and we would soon get that movie, but this sequence was always just so amazing, just having showing Balian coming into the room and the hospitaller saying on your knees, and just the whole speech. Like, it's so great that like I even parodied it when we put together our Knights of Tira group. I did like a whole speech that was just like barely even changed from this, just a little bit. But be without fear in the face of your enemies. Be brave and upright, that God may love thee. Speak the truth always, even if it leads to your death. Safeguard the helpless and do no wrong. That is your oath. And then the slap across the face, and that's so you remember it. Rise a knight and baron of Ibelin. It's just like, oh my god, like so good, and the performances are just amazing. Neeson is just like, he's half dead. Just he's even more than half dead. He's about to pass away, and
he is mostly dead, as they would say in the Princess.
And yeah, and it's just, again, it's a classic movie scene, like in everything from, again, talking about the score by Harry Gregson Williams, so beautiful, and just the set design, the editing, the sword, and the way, it shows, Balian, it being handed to Balian, and God, it's breathtakingly gorgeous. I just love everything about it.
This would be a wonderful time to shout out the cinematographer, John Matheson, who has worked with Ridley Scott many times, including on Gladiator. But ultimately, the way that this scene is lit by candlelight, and the characters are half in shadow, but this is ultimately meant to be a moment where, the light, God's light, is shining down on them, and particularly on the character of Balian, because earlier before this scene, there's the wonderful moment when Balian goes to see his father, who he has now started to accept as his father, and he's lying there on the bed, and Balian gives. This is when Balian tells him about, the ideal of the kingdom of Jerusalem, the kingdom of heaven, where and he says, I think, do you know what lies in the Holy Land? A new world. A man who in France had not a house is in the Holy Land, the master of a city. He who was the master of a city begs in the gutter. There at the end of the world, you are not what you were born, but what you have it in yourself to be. And and then he talks about, the kingdom of heaven. And this is ultimately Balian's story, because yes, he was a simple blacksmith in his hometown, and when he has the conversation later with the king that we'll get to, like, he thought he was going to die and be buried 100 yards away from where he was born, but ultimately he has a greater purpose, and as the Hospitaller says, if God has a use for you, we'll meet again in the Holy Land. And
if not, then God
bless you. But clearly God does have a use for Balian, and Balian is, living up to that promise through his actions, and, what's happening here in his mind and here in his heart as the Hospitaller charges him. And it means that he becomes a true knight. He lives up to these values, even though, as like someone like Guy, who is also ostensibly a knight, like, he can't fathom the idea that this bastard, this blacksmith, could be such a powerful and consequential figure. But Balian has what it takes, because he ultimately takes these words to heart, and he does remember them.
And we can transition, like, this will carry us from the journey to Jerusalem over to into Jerusalem. Let's talk about the happy couple, starting with Guy de Lusignan, played by the wonderful Martin Csokas, who I remember I was introduced to him a little bit in Lord of the Rings. He had a bit part in that. I was not prepared for how, like, deliciously he would chew the scenery in Kingdom of Heaven. He's fantastic, and despicable, and like, all the stuff that you want out of a movie villain. And it's funny because I was watching the documentary for this. They actually flirted with, like, a different hairstyle for him, where he wasn't going to have the goatee, and he was going to have more blonde hair, which was going to go with the whole sort of Aryan, superiority type thing that would have seemed to fit with his character. But I think it was the makeup artist who was really pushing for this particular look, and everybody agreed that it was the right way to go. And there's this great bit of behind the scenes footage where Ridley Scott is looking and he says, just fuck it, we'll go with this.
Ridley Scott and his fuck it attitude.
And it's so great because he does look like a classic movie villain. And also, I will say, like, coming the year after Alexander, it was probably good to eschew any any blonde wigs. but yeah, no, he's like, we're introduced to him through this rivalry that he has with Godfrey, and you know, it's like, again, the writing on this film is so good. Would that I had fought you when you were still capable, you know, of making bastards. I knew your mother when she was making hers. Fortunately, you're too old to be one of mine. Like, which I know it's a very toxic masculinity thing, but you know, vastly different era, and also it really hammers home the animosity between the two of them. But yeah, it's so great, and yeah, and so that animosity then is naturally carried over between him and Balian, and that's even before Balian meets Sibila, who is Dee's wife and played by the enchanting, amazing Eva Green, who many of us met for the very first time in this film.
It's telling the fact that, you know, I saw this movie after I'd seen Casino Royale, so Casino Royale was my introduction to her. But yeah, the fact that this actually came out before, so this was kind of her big introduction, her big break. And she is, I was going to use the word luminous in this movie. She's wonderful, and paired, as you know, with just the darkness of Guy, who is essentially, you know, he has all the trappings that you would expect of a lord who has taken the Crusades, a knight. You know, he is going to be king of Jerusalem one day, as Kevin the Kid's character warns. But he clearly lives none of those values. That he may have taken the same knight's oath that Godfrey administered to Balian, but they were just words to him. What matters to him is power. And and specifically, you know, the fact that he wants to make war on the Muslims, and is willing to break his oaths to do it, and that means that he is the perfect foil for someone like Balian, who, you know, who does not come from a privileged background, who has taken the oath of a knight and actually means it and lives up to it, whereas Guy does not live those values. And ultimately, that's what makes it so satisfying that Balian and Sibila, who has no love for her husband Guy, it was an arranged marriage, and he has no love for her, that they find that they find their genuine connection together, because as she says later to Balian, and the reason I used the word luminous was because later in the movie she has the line where she's like, you know, here in the East, between two people there's only light, and the connection that she has with Balian is genuine and is not, you know, born of circumstance or political, you know, convenience. It is real. You know, these two people do fall deeply in love, and one of the tragedies is that their love becomes entangled with the politics of this area. But also, you know, hot people being hot together. This movie qualifies.
I was going to say there were some shadows involved in this.
Well, I mean, yes, they had to, because this movie ultimately is rated R and not NC-17. But we get what happened.
I've always sorry. I'm just gonna say, yeah, this picture has always amused me, just because also it's hot, but also amusing just because it doesn't quite resemble what's going on in the actual movie. This is like this is quite a bit more steamy than what we actually see. So I had to include it, obviously, but yeah, oh yeah, leave me by myself right after I say that. Um,
Sorry,
no, yeah,
I had to go let the dog out. Did I miss you being thirsty?
yeah, you left me high and dry. Thank you for that.
I'll own up. We can go back to the thirst section.
Yeah. No, and it's interesting because it's funny that there was sort of an evolution with my appreciation of Eva Green as an actress, because when I first saw the movie, again, going back to the compromises of the theatrical version, I was like, it pains me to say it, but I was kind of underwhelmed. Not that she didn't give, like, she gave a good performance, but her story was missing.
Yeah.
The real core of her story. And so that was kind of a cloud that hung over you, even though I didn't know it at first. And then of course I got to see the director's cut, and that was not too long before Casino Royale came out. And so it's funny, the sort of evolution that happened, where I went from being sort of underwhelmed by her in this movie to then seeing, oh, actually she gives a great performance. She just had so much cut out. And then seeing her as Vesper in Casino Royale and being like, oh my God, she's fucking amazing. And after that, I've just been this huge fan of hers. And I think she's amazing in virtually everything she does. And now I look at this film and I'm like, what a towering performance she gives. And just seeing where she goes, by the end of the film, after, after having to, put her own son to death, and then the grief that she goes through. And we're not at the end of the film yet, but just like that sweeping camera shot that comes up on her as she's watching Balian surrender the city, it's just, there's so much that's like deeply Shakespearean about her character's arc, throughout the film. And I just think it's incredible. And that's what so much of what ended up making this film so great in the longer cut is because, the studio was so focused on, this is Balian's story. Well, anything else can go by the wayside. Stay focused on Balian. But the thing is, like, this film is so much bigger than that. Even though Balian is the emotional center of the movie, he's the driving force of it. But there's so much else going on in the film. It's this rich tapestry, and so to lose so much of Sibila's character and her dynamics with the characters, and the very existence of her son, and that tragic storyline, like, it honestly, it crippled the movie when it was pulled out. And so, yeah, that's why, I can't even imagine going back to watch the version of this movie that doesn't have that storyline.
No, I mean, Sibila is a wonderfully complex character, and the fact is that she has that line to early on in their acquaintance with Balian, because of course she goes to meet, she first goes to call on him, and there's the great moment where he doesn't give her his name, and so she's like, if you see Balian, son of Godfrey, tell him that Sibila called. And you can tell that ultimately she's being playful because she knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
But that she has that side to her, and when they've reunited, and she recognized, and like obviously now that Balian knows who she is as well, and they're alone for the first time, and Sibila has the line, she says, "Do you fear being with me?" And Balian says, "No, and yes." And she responds with a wonderful laugh, and she says, "A woman in my place has two faces, one for the world and one in which she wears in private. With you, I'll be only Sibila." And then she closes off by saying, "Tiberias thinks me unpredictable. I am unpredictable." And
Which, by the way, I like the joke when the movie came out, at least among the circle that I was. You come to think of it, I was hanging out in an Oscar watch message board at the time, and so I'll just say that like a lot of the people in that group were very sort of had the tendency to be what's the word I should use, the courteous word, kind of snide and like quick-witted is the nicest way I I can put it. Then they were like in the original version of the movie, she says that she's unpredictable, and they're like, but she's completely predictable. In the theatrical cut, there is nothing unpredictable about her, and it's really only with her full expanded story in the director's cut that's an aspect of her character, and that you can see why that line was written. And so it's like you need to have all this stuff in. You can't cut half of a character's entire story out. It just it's just awful.
Yeah, and especially, it must be noted, to do that to the movie's primary female character, it's like, of course that would be what the studio exec said should go, and it's like, yeah, it was a horrifically bad choice, because Sibila is a wonderful character once you have the full context of her story, and I personally find that these opening scenes where we're getting to know her and see her, as she is, like, she is the princess of Jerusalem, but she has this complicated network of relationships that like kind of position her at the heart. The fact, her brother the king, her husband Guy, this man she's now falling in love with in Balian, her relationship with Tiberias, she's kind of at the heart of this nexus of the relationships, and in many respects, because she is the mother of the heir to the kingdom, she wields a lot of power, and she knows how to wield that power. And it's essential that we see that, because frankly, otherwise she just becomes unpredictable in the bad way, in the sense when we later, like when she, after she poisons her son and she hands the throne to Guy, and the theatrical, you're like, why the hell would she do that? Doesn't she hate her husband? And it's like, well, it's because now once you see the director's cut, you actually understand that decision.
Yeah. It's God. Now this is just bringing back old animosities about the theatrical version of the movie, and I'm like, God damn. That's why I find it so hilarious that you were genuinely going to try and watch that version for this stream, and then after a little bit, you're like, nah.
I mean, again, the main reason I wanted to do it was essentially to remind myself just why the director's cut is such a superior version. But I was able to get that just from the initial opening vibes, and then I went and I found an article that basically detailed all the changes. I remember, like, oh, yep, that all that. I remember that. I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, before we get into the character of Baldwin, which is like there's so much to talk about there. I don't want to get too far ahead. I want to go back and I actually got his character name wrong at first, but like I'm sorry. Like I always it's always been easier for me just to call him Dr. Bashir. But the character of Imad in this film, played by the great Alexander Siddig, just what a amazing character. I wish he was in this movie even more because we don't like he's in it enough. Like he's a really important character and he has great material, but like I could have taken a whole movie that was him and Balian together. They were so great. And like their confrontation in the desert is like, for me, it's, and I know this might be blasphemy for a lot, but it's this sort of similar character dynamics. It very much reminds me, and it's up there for me with the character of Sheriff Ali in Lawrence of Arabia. And I just love this guy so much. It's, and the fact that we don't get a sense for who exactly he truly is in this first scene, only for it to be revealed later on that he is in fact Saladin's second in command. But he's keeping his identity secret for his own protection, and it's his bodyguard that actually plays his role in this encounter, and it's when Balian first arrives in Jerusalem, having survived, the shipwreck, and I love that there's this, word. The other guy who's, pretending to be the nobleman, is, claims Balian's horse. And I just love the back and forth. Balian's like, why would it be his horse? And Imad's like, because it is on his land. He goes, I drew this horse from the sea. He says, you are a liar, and he will kill you because you are a liar. I have no desire to fight. Then you must give him the horse.
And Balian is just like, are you kidding me? Like when he says that, when he raises up his sword, he's just like, no. And it's basically just like, I just survived a freaking shipwreck where all my other family died. I'm in this strange place I've never been, alone. I have no idea where to go, and now this fucking guy is here and he wants my horse. No. But it's a great moment where we get to see actually again Balian's quality, because again he does not want to fight this guy, but it's a matter of life or death, so he does, and he kills him, and then he has Imad at sword point, and it would a lesser man would basically be like, you know what, this guy tried to kill me, he's clearly aligned with the faction, the Muslims that we're supposed to be fighting. I barely have enough water for myself. It would be much easier to just kill this guy. But he doesn't. He spares his life.
He spares his life. And then, again, another great interaction. You've taken it very well that I killed your master.
Yeah.
It was the end of his time. All is as God wills it. Now finish this. And then slow beat. Take me to Jerusalem. And then the way the camera zeroes in on Imad's face and the look, and from that point on, that respect is solidified between the two of them. And Jared, this movie is just so fucking good.
And I love it. It's amazing, and it's got an incredibly stacked cast. And Alexander Siddig, I agree, he gives one of my favorite performances in the movie. Game of Thrones alum number 4, I should note, since we're keeping track. We got one more. We got one more. We'll show up later. But this is it's a classic idea of like in these types of movies for characters who are ostensibly on opposite sides to interact by circumstance and come to realize that, hey, perhaps we're not so different after all. But Alexander Siddig plays this character again, a character who is concealing his identity but he plays him with such wonderful charm, in all of his interactions, that you get like, it makes total sense when it's revealed later that yes, this isn't just a simple, cavalier. This is Saladin's second in command of this entire massive army of Saracens. Clearly, he has earned that position. But I just love
there's this great when they part, after they get to Jerusalem, there's a line that says, "Your quality will be known among your enemies, my friend, wherever you meet them, my friend." And then they meet again on the battlefield at the Battle of Kerak, and it's the same thing. The sword comes down and right on the side of Balian's head when he's dragged before him, and Imad is all decked out in his proper regalia, for battle and befitting his actual station, and you just, before you see him, you again hear, "Your quality will be known among your enemies wherever you meet them, my friend. You were not that man's servant. No, he was my servant. Get them." And there's this like joy as he's sort of saying that. It's like, circumstances aren't great, but I'm happy to see it.
And he seems, as you said, he seems genuinely delighted that Balian has not only not died, but that they're here, they're together, and obviously, like, they will they remain on opposite sides, and especially in the great battle. But I love that ultimately it circles back to them at the end, after Balian has surrendered the city, and we get one more moment with him and Imad, and Imad returns the horse. This is not a very good horse. I will not keep it.
but again, like, his delivery of his lines is just so amazing. I love it. Yeah, no, and then in the Battle of Kerak scene, just the way he says, "You may go into Kerak, but you will die there. My master is here." And then, like, I know this is jumping the gun a little bit, but I feel like we should probably start jumping around a bit more in order to not have this stream go on forever. But just like, then as you slowly see the army of Jerusalem like fade in through like the haze of the desert, and and Imad sees it, it's like, yeah, the look on his face, it's like jaw dropping, and he's like, "To my lord Saladin, that Jerusalem has come," and then you just and then you see the army in full, and it's like such a big, huge thing. And again, the score is so amazing. Like, yeah, and that's the thing, like, that relationship adds this really personal touch, especially to this scene where, you're seeing this like grand, epic, huge moment, but it's these two characters who are kind of, by the way, I would really want to shout out in that sequence, the shot of like Balian as he starts to turn around. It's just this incredible shot where he's in the frame, but you're seeing the army slowly appear in the background as he turns towards it. It's like only Ridley Scott, man. He is like one of our greatest visualist directors, and the images that he comes up with in this film, really all of his films, but this film in particular, him and of course John Mathiasson, I think is the cinematographer, just brilliant, like chef's kiss. But yeah, so okay, let's jump back a bit. Let's talk about Baldwin, the king, played by the great Edward Norton. Just and of course we never see his face; it's all in the voice. But like, just the image of this leper king with the with the silver mask, and it's, oh god, it's like, again, just watching this movie the first time through, even though like all the like really crucial ingredients were missing to make this movie the classic that it was. I was like, this just seems like a character plucked out of some, you know, classic piece of cinema. And it was always one of the things that really stood out about the movie, even in its compromised state, which was that Edward Norton was freaking brilliant in this role. And like, and even before the director's cut, I know a lot of people were saying like he should be nominated for Best Supporting Actor for the film. He's that good. And yeah, and I still feel he should have gotten major recognition for it.
I love this performance, and I love this character of Baldwin. It's remarkable the fact that, as you said, even though we never see Edward Norton's face, and famously he chose to remain uncredited for the role because he wanted to preserve the surprise.
Yeah, and not in like there's not one interview with him in any of the behind the scenes footage either.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where you would think like, oh, if you're never going to see the actor's face, you know, like, well, why do they need to cast someone like Edward Norton? It's like, this is why, because acting is not just, you know, facial expressions. It's, you know, it's the way he carries himself. It's the timbre of his voice. It's the way his eyes move. It's his, you know, like it's the humanity that he brings to it. Like it sounds odd to say this about, you know, again, a role where we don't see the actor's face, but I think that this is in the running for my favorite Edward Norton performance. I would probably still give the slightest of slight edges to his role in Fight Club just because it's so iconic, but this is just outstanding work. And the character, you know, the character himself is the way he's given life by the writing. You know, he has some of the best, you know, speeches in this entire movie, and it's because you get this, like, the tragedy of this man's life. You know, that he's king of this remarkable place, Jerusalem, this kingdom of heaven, but he's afflicted by this terrible disease that, had he not been born a king, probably would have led to him, you know, being, you know, tossed aside and left in the gutter to die. But he seems to have, like, obviously he may not be happy with his lot in life, but he has made it himself into a man still worthy of being the king of Jerusalem. And the peace that he has forged with Saladin to allow, you know, citizens of all faiths to come to Jerusalem and worship as the Muslims did before, you know, the Christians took the city. Like, it's an incredible legacy. It's one of the reasons why we see characters we respect, like Godfrey, like Tiberias, like they're incredibly devoted to this man because they know how special and rare he is. And then he's just like, his scenes with Balin, particularly this introductory scene, like, again, this is where some of my absolute favorite writing in the movie comes in, where like he's relating how he met Godfrey, and then talking about, you know, being diagnosed as a leper and saying, the Saracens say that this disease is God's vengeance against the vanity of our kingdom. As wretched as I am, these Arabs believe that the chastisement that awaits me in hell is far more severe and lasting. If that's true, I call it unfair. Please sit. And then ultimately the like perhaps my single favorite piece of writing in the entire movie is the speech that he gives to Baldwin when they're sitting, or Balian when they're sitting at the chessboard, when he says, "When I was 16, I won a great victory. I felt in that moment I would live to be 100. Now I know I shall not see 30. None of us know our end, really, or what hand will guide us there. A king may move a man, a father may claim a son, but that man can also move himself, and only then does that man truly begin his own game. Remember that howsoever you are played, or by whom, your soul is in your keeping alone. And even though those who presume to play you be kings or men of power, when you stand before God, you cannot say, but I was told by others to do thus, or that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that." So good.
Something that more people should take to heart. I will say that yeah, no, he absolutely amazing. This is this has been like my only slight issue with the director's cut for a long time. It, like, the lines are fantastic, and actually, like, objectively speaking, Edward Norton's delivery is amazing. However, I will say, in the extended dialogue that we get for this scene in this version of the film is taken from the on-set recording of his dialogue, whereas certain other parts of his dialogue in this scene and in other scenes are ADR, which really allowed Edward Norton to really dig into Baldwin's sort of very sort of melodious and and almost whispery tones, and in the theatrical version, it's a shortened version of these lines, but still very effective. And they used ADR for that. When they expanded his dialogue for the director's cut, they went back to the onset dialogue recording. It's still great, but I just prefer the quality of the sound quality and the sort of the sound of the ADR a bit better that was in the theatrical version. So it took a little bit of time for me to sort of get over that it's that it's not quite the same as sound as his dialogue, and that's just me getting hung up on sort of a technical detail. His performance is still great, it's just different. It's a different rendition of those lines.
So I didn't even notice it, I'll just be honest.
Yeah, but so part of me is just like, oh, I wish they could have brought Edward Norton back in to to add in the additional dialogue recording that they needed. But it's fine. Like it's just one of those things where sometimes things are changed for a longer cut, and it's there's always that thing where you're like, oh, but I kind of preferred that version. But it's silly because his performance is so amazing, regardless of which version of the audio is used. So it's fine. I just thought I'd mention it as like my one little quibble going from the theatrical to the director's cut, because it is literally the only thing.
It's worth mentioning, and it's fitting given you being a big film nerd, and for this kind of stuff, when that you would pick up on something like this. Again, like maybe it's because I didn't get to this point in my rewatch of the theatrical cut, but again, I did not notice this at all. And that's not to say that it's not wouldn't have been, but I was just wrapped and focused on how incredible I thought Edward Norton performed.
Most people are not obsessive compulsive to the degree that I am. So, I shouldn't say that. I don't have like I wouldn't necessarily classify myself as actual OCD, but when it comes to movie stuff, I do tend to be a little bit. But. Yeah, no, it's just, and you were talking about the fact that like Edward Norton's performance, and even though you don't see his face, that it might be your favorite. It's so great because it's just the way he carries himself and the way he uses his voice. There's that great moment when after at the Battle of Karak, and when he goes up to Reynald and has him bow, and just he's holding out his staff, and he goes lower, and you can almost see him just like fuming underneath the mask, and it's so good. And by the way, like that speech as well as great. He says, I am Jerusalem. You, Reynald, will give me the kiss of peace. And he takes off his glove, and you see the proper, horribleness of, now his hand looks and everything, and then Renaud goes still, like he goes up to kiss it, and then he pulls his hand back and starts beating the shit out of him with his staff, and it's just like, oh my god, it's so amazing.
Like that is a scene where we truly see again the power that that Baldwin wields as king, and why he has been such an incredibly successful and consequential ruler in spite of his disability. Like as he said, like he knows that he's about to die before he even turns 30 years old. And Tiberias even warns him, well, if you make this trip to Karok, if you travel, then you're going to hasten things. You're going to die sooner. But he does it because it's just that important to him to essentially smack the shit out of this guy Reynaud, who has broken the king's peace and betrayed the trust of the Saracens. His bond with Salahuddin is genuine and remarkable. Like that scene where they meet each other at the heads of their respective armies on the battlefield, and Salahuddin, you can tell that he does like he has immense respect for Baldwin, and he does not want them to fight. He does not, as particularly in Baldwin's condition, he basically is like, he's asking him to turn around and go home, not just because I want to kill Reynaud, but it's like, I don't want to do this, my friend. This is not what we were working for together. And Baldwin is basically asking the same thing of him. He's asking him to turn around because he recognizes that what they've created is, it's fragile, but they are preserving this effectively by the strength of their combined will. And for them to essentially manage to turn what could have been this incredibly bloody battle into a peaceful negotiation, which we don't really see the details, but we get the sense that, yes, Baldwin's a great negotiator, as is Salahuddin, and for that, but it ends on the personal. It ends on with Salahuddin.
I will send you my physician.
I will send you my physicians. Yes.
Yeah.
Again, this is their only scene together, but their bond is like, it's one of the most important in the entire movie, because it's ultimately the thing that gets broken by Baldwin's death, is that like he was able to keep the peace. He was able to preserve the kingdom of heaven almost by his sheer strength of will, even as his body was betraying him. And as soon as he's gone, everyone recognizes it. As soon as this man who's dying of leprosy, like as soon as he's the one holding this together, and as soon as he's gone, then the kingdom of Jerusalem is pretty much lost, because it's going to go to men like Guy and Reynaud.
Not all too dissimilar from another masked figure in a certain show we watch.
Mm-hmm.
That when the one person who's holding all that piece together is gone, that's when all hell is going to break loose. Yeah. So let's pause here for a second, because we've crossed over the 2-hour mark. I'm going to very quickly just do the mid-roll, and then we'll get back in and try and get through all the other stuff we want to get through. As I said earlier, we can do this in under 4 hours. Yeah, right. Although we are still going to do that, but we just may have to rush some things along. Let's see. Let me go ahead and pull up the schedule. So we'll be turning back towards Star Wars for the next couple weeks. Next week, we're going to be discussing the final 6 episodes of season 2 of Andor. Which, oh my god, so much to talk about, even from this last week.
Did anything happen on Andor in the last week?
Oh my god. I said, I have a feeling that like the next 3 episodes are all gonna be like, last season the show had a tendency of like building up for 2 episodes, and then every third episode the shit hit the fan. And I felt like, even though we had gotten a little bit of that this season, it really felt like the second arc that we talked about last season was all sort of build up to the shit really hitting the fan. And that's what all 3 episodes were this past week. I am so exhausted and blown away by everything that happened. Like, I haven't even thought about what's going to happen in these final 3 episodes. And like, yeah, it's, I've got to prepare myself mentally, but we're going to have a lot to talk about. We will. And then on May 25th, which is the anniversary of the original Star Wars, we're actually going to be going right into Rogue One, Star Wars story. And I can't think of any more perfect thing to do. I made a joke in the Slack that it was a surprise 5th arc that Lucasfilm was dropping of Andor. And I think somebody in the Slack took me seriously. I was like, no, that was a joke. Yeah, and then in June we're going to be talking about The Matrix, the original Star Wars, Batman Begins, The Empire Strikes Back. We're going to talk about the 25th anniversary of The Patriot, and then you guessed it. After that, we'll be doing Return of the Jedi. So a lot of stuff on the horizon. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I know you've warned me in the past of like, maybe we ease off of Star Wars, but we're doing a lot of Star Wars right now. And you know what? 0 regrets.
You know me, like I would be happy to talk about all Star Wars all the time. It's just that we do want to try to keep our channel, to make it clear we do have other interests. But when we have great Star Wars to talk about, that's always going to be top of my wish list.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No, just looking forward to these next couple weeks, and hopefully we will. I'm very much looking forward to Andor season, seeing how Andor wraps up, because I have been doing some games of like looking at the remaining trailer footage and trying to parse out like what do we.
There's very little.
Oh, there's more than you think, though. I think I have a handle on a couple of things with.
Well, I mean, but there's a couple moments where you can, figure out some things, but in comparison to like the other arcs, there's actually very little footage from this last one. If we had more time, I'd get into some theories I have, but we just don't. We gotta dive right back in.
It comes out in 2 days. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. So real quick, let's talk about some of these other major characters before we start to get into when the plot mechanics of how everything kind of goes to hell. I do want to talk. Well, actually, we were just about to talk about Saladin. We talked a little bit about him. So let's just go ahead and continue on there. I'm gonna bring up the actor's name right now. Ghassan Massoud plays Saladin, and like, I feel like a broken record at this point, but he is one of the best parts of this movie. He's just so amazing as, this military leader who is very strong and, and is willing to do what is necessary, but also you can tell that he's hesitant to start a bloodbath. And he and Baldwin have held this, this piece together. And, just like Baldwin is having to put up with, people trying to, stoke the fires of war and all this, Saladin has, people over on his side that don't understand why he's indulging in this peace when, and just as the other side says that God wills it, they should go to war and with the Christians, as the character of Mullah says, played by oh my god, I'm really, my most sincere apologies. I'm gonna try and get this right. Khaled Mabawi. No, that can't be right. I'm really sorry. I'm not good at pronunciations. But he is the one at Saladin's side who is very much like pushing. He says, "You promise to return Jerusalem. Don't forget." And so he's facing a lot of pressure to wage war on the Christians and reclaim Jerusalem. And there's this great moment between them where he says, "How many wars did God win for the Muslims before I came? That is, before God determined that I should come." And it's just, he's so good. And then the later scene where after he defeats Guy and Renaud in battle, and of course something that'll be familiar to Game of Thrones fans of, offering, a cup of water to a prisoner, and and Renaud tries to pass it over to Guy, who's the one who's really in danger, because not to Renaud, who's the one who's really in danger, because he's the one who actually kills Saladin's sister to launch them into war. And then Saladin says, "I did not give the cup to you," to Renaud, and Renaud says, "No, my lord, you did not." And so he knows he's dead at that point. And then there's that brutal decapitation, and it's so it goes to show, like, this is a guy who like can be brutal and can be, very aggressive, and he's strong, but he's also one who doesn't want to take life needlessly either. But he will when he has to.
I mean, I love the performance that Ghassan Massoud gives as Salahuddin in this movie. I just love the portrayal of Salahuddin in this movie, because, as I mentioned, around this time I had been doing like research into the history, and I had actually been studying, Salahuddin, and he's one of the most fascinating, figures I think I've ever looked into their life, because he really is like a man of incredible historical consequence, but also he is a man who like contained multitudes of, and the fact that he, as you say, he's remembered as this great military leader, the man who united the Saracens 100 years after the Christians drove them out of Jerusalem, and he took it back, and he held it, for essentially the rest of his life. And ultimately, he is like a man of also in education and culture and compassion. He's not like, he's a brilliant military strategist. I love that moment when the mullah is trying to talk up the "God wills it," and he has the lines like, "The results of battles are determined by God, but also by preparation, numbers, the absence of disease, and the availability of water. One cannot maintain a siege with the enemy behind." And then the how many battles did God win for the Muslims before I came, before God determined I should come. And like much like the characters in on the Christian side, of Revere Baldwin, like you can see that Salahuddin commands the reverence of his people as well, especially as embodied by the character of Imad, and even the mullah who's kind of giving this this warmongering. He ultimately, like, he's doing it because Salahuddin did make a promise to return Jerusalem, and he recognizes that he has to fulfill it. But he also knows, as you said, how terrible war can be. So he's not just going to rush into it needlessly, even though he has the force, he has the numbers.
Yeah.
But it's more important to him to respect, life, and the fact that people, like, right now he has this deal with King Baldwin that allows Muslims to go into the city and pray there and visit their holy sites. And if he, breaks the peace on his end, then like that's going to be gone, and it's going to be a
And
long.
and as Imad says, the king will die soon. The boy will inherit, a kingdom he cannot control. The Christians will give you the war you need.
Yes. And he recognized that time is on his side in that way, but that again, that doesn't mean that he's necessarily looking forward to that part of it, because there's a great moment. I think we mentioned before, Balian departs for the Holy Land in Messina with the English sergeant Kevin McKidd, where they're looking down on the Muslims who are praying at the seaside, and Kevin McKidd's character translates the "Praise be to God, it is proper to praise them," and Balian has the salient line, "Sounds a lot like our prayers." This is something where, Saladin and Baldwin recognizes that even though they are members of two different faiths, like they believe ultimately in the same God, and they have valued the same things, and there really needn't be this kind of a level of enmity and conflict between them. There will be, because of the cultural baggage that came with the Crusades, but Saladin is a man who is not going to. One of the reasons the ending of the movie has as much power as it does is because Saladin recognizes that he can take the city of Jerusalem ultimately, but it may come at an incredibly bloody cost. And as Balian said, he's willing to burn the city in order to not to out of spite, but to protect the people. And Saladin recognizes that, yes, I'm not here to kill the citizens of Jerusalem. And if this is the terms, this is the price to avoid bloodshed, he is willing to do it. Another leader might not have been.
Another good line in that exchange is, after Balian says, I will burn it to the ground, and Saladin says, I wonder if it would not be better if you did.
Yeah, and one of the, just because he recognizes that some of the things they're fighting for are silly, but other things are incredibly important. That's why he has the line when he says, what is Jerusalem worth? Nothing, everything.
Yeah.
And ultimately, one of my favorite moments of Ghassan Massoud's performance is when Balian is giving him, what he reminds him that, the Christians butchered every Muslim in the city when they took this city 100 years ago. And Saladin says, I am not those men. I am Salahuddin. And he's trying to, just by saying his name, he invokes the fact that he is a man who has, is different. He is special. He is rare. He is.
Now, I will say, I think it's fair, I was going to say this still later, but we're talking about the scene now. It was a bit more complicated in the actual history, because I think it was more to the effect of he allowed a ransom for all the citizens, and unfortunately, there were people who could not afford that. And I think I don't remember exactly, but did any of them face slavery as a result?
Yeah, I think some of them did. Those who could not pay the ransom were sold into slavery. So it's a hard thing to brush over, but again, for the movie's purposes, it's still.
The thing is, there's a couple things at play there, and I completely understand if there's people who call foul at that, but you have to look at sort of the context of what that deal meant then versus telling a story about it now. Whereas even though it's unconscionable to think from a modern perspective, but for the time that was actually a really gigantic act of mercy and generosity on Saladin's part. It sounds horrible. It does. That still there were people who were sold into slavery because they couldn't afford it. But but again, like I know some people hate when you say like different times, but in this case, it's really, really true, unfortunately. And I don't think it would have communicated the same thing if you told that complicated story in the context of this movie and what you're trying to communicate to the audience. And also, at the end of the day, it is a movie. It is a piece of entertainment, and so you're gonna sort of simplify some things, and so I don't think there's an easy takeaway on that, but I think it works really well for the story, and I think the important thing is that what Saladin did was actually a great act in the larger scheme of things. It was a big act of mercy, and compared to what he could have done, which he could have gone right into the city and slaughtered everybody. So yeah, it's the true story is complicated, bit more so than what we have in the film, but I think that's also why the movie ends on like, this is an example where I think the music composed by Harry Gregson Williams was a bit more hopeful in that scene where they make the deal and then Balian walks back towards the city. What they ended up using in the film, which was a temp track, which of all things was actually from the movie Blade 2, is much more dark and ambiguous. And I think what's meant to be implied there is that this is not necessarily like, it's a good deal made for the survival of people, but as an audience member, you're not entirely sure how you should feel about what just transpired. And I feel like in a way that kind of carries over to this sort of the mixed, sort of outcome perhaps of what happened in reality, that this is like, it's a good resolution, but also a lot of people fought and died, to get there. And so there's a lot of that sort of the heavy weight of the loss of life. And so I actually think that's a really good music choice. Even though it might have been better to ask Harry Gregson Williams to compose an alternate tune to make it get closer to the tone you wanted. But that's Ridley Scott for you. He's gonna, him and his temp tracks. but yeah, so but I did want to discuss that because it is a thing that's like I'm fine with how the movie portrays it, but I think in any discussion of this movie in sort of a historical context, it should, I felt it was right to address it.
And I mean, ultimately, yes, this is an incredibly complicated period of history, as most history is complicated because people are complicated and geopolitics is complicated. And a movie, it cannot, condense all of that into a 2-hour.
And this, by the way, this movie is immensely complicated in the story and ideas that it's telling. So, but there's only so far you can go with that. You still need to be reminded that you're talking to a 2005 audience in this film, and so certain things have to be modified or changed, and I think that's one of them.
And and ultimately, like, it's to this movie's credit that it gives that complexity to Salahuddin and the Saracen army, and through multiple characters, like the character of Imad, because a lesser movie, a bad movie, would have made the much easier decision to just portray them basically as faceless adversaries. Especially at the time this movie was coming out, in the middle of the Iraq War, like that would have been classic, rah propaganda, and obviously that was not the movie Ridley Scott was. It
was awful. Some of the things that were said about this movie, like even before it came out, and then like after it came out, the reviews, that this was one of the major issues I had with like the reviews that had actual problems with like the film as it was, like because of the edits and all that, like that's fair game. But there were reviews that came out where like that, and was an actual quote that I saw in the documentary today, where it said, "This is basically Osama bin Laden's version of the story," and it's just like, and we talk about how bad things are getting today, but like go back to and they are bad, like, but also go back to like that era, the 2005, when like George W. Bush was still president, and and all the stuff that was going on, and sort of the common wisdom of the day on a lot of issues, and it was horrible. And that was kind of some of the prevalent thinking that you could expect from film reviewers who wanted to make sure they were perceived as pro-American, I guess. But yeah, it's I think that this movie handled its depictions on sort of on both sides of the conflict with a lot of wonderful grace and subtlety, and where you had good well-meaning characters, with both the Christians and the Muslims, and you had outright monsters on both the sides as well, people who just wanted war. And yeah, it's to this movie's great credit that it handled those things so well.
And ultimately, it's a movie that's dealing in ideals and themes, and the granular details of that, again, in a 3-hour movie that's not a 12-hour documentary series. Some of that does have to be smoothed over, but ultimately it's in the service of like the idea that it is possible, if you are willing to put aside your differences, to share this cultural center and to make a better world. There's the great exchange between the Tiberias and the hospital earlier in the movie, where they're talking about all these shit stirrers like Reynold and Guy, and Tiberias says, but Salahuddin and the king between them would make a better world, and the hospitalier responds, "If it has only lived for a while, Tiberias, it is still lived." And that is the victory that they reach at the end.
Speaking of people that like, how have we not mentioned him yet? It's because we have to get through this laundry list of great actors in this movie. Jeremy freaking Irons is in this film, playing a character called Tiberias, and he's amazing. I don't even know if I have a picture of him, because yes, I do. I just remembered. Where are you? There he is. And, Jeremy Irons can just sit there looking, fuming at what's going on. And it's amazing. Which, by the way, let's praise the freaking amazing costume design of this movie. It's just staggering. But yeah, Jeremy Irons as Tiberias, who is someone who has been with the king, all this time, and he's someone who's been through a lot, and is like, he's part of the old guard, and he's kind of reaching the end of his tether, in a lot of ways, but he's trying to safeguard the future of Jerusalem, and just, yeah, I don't know what else to say other like, Jeremy Irons could read the phone book, and I'd be in awe. Like even when he's not good, he's somehow amazing. I will never forget that he was like so hammy and chewing up the scenery in that really bad Dungeons and Dragons movie back in 2001. And like, it's not good, but also it's really entertaining just to watch him do his thing. But that is not what we get here. What we get here is a beautiful, measured performance, and ultimately he doesn't stay for the defense of Jerusalem. He's someone who has is so sort of weighed down by the struggles of the past and doesn't have the faith necessary to keep going forward, and he's ready to just at the end of this, he's he just doesn't have the strength to carry on, and it's left to Balian. But in a lot of ways, that's the truth of the world, kind of, where the older guard is going to get worn down at some point, and it is up to the younger generation to come up and take those lessons that they've learned from the older guard and to fight when they can't anymore. And I think that's what, part of what Tiberias' story is. And but he's also just playing one of the good ones, in this story, someone who is loyal to the king and sees characters like Guy and Renaud for exactly what they are, and is disgusted with everything that they stand for. And I think he's also someone who's just seen, like, all his friends and the people that he's fought with die one by one. And but there's also great camaraderie that comes about between him and Balian as a result to the love that he had for Godfrey. And yeah, I think it's a fascinating character, and as you would expect, Jeremy Irons just brings it, as he always does.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is exceptional in this movie, as he always is, but in particular, this character of Tiberias, the Marshal of Jerusalem, from his very first scene, you can just tell, like, that this is a man who does have his heart in the right place. Not perfect, as most people aren't, but from, like, the moment when he's laying into to Renaud in that scene about the raids he's been conducting on the Saracens, and Renaud was denying it. Who says I raid? And Tiberias spits at him. That witness all of Jerusalem, holy God, and me.
And me. Oh my God! Like, what a baller line.
Yeah. No, I mean, he just has so many of those lines, both in, like, the kind and empathetic ones, like when he reunites with when he meets Balian for the first time, he just looks him up and down, and he's like, "You are your father's son. He was my friend. I'm yours." And
yeah, no, and the very first thing he says, "It's true."
It's true.
Yeah, I love it.
He doesn't have any time for the idle chit chat, but he has incredible loyalty to the people he deems worthy of it, and incredible contempt for the people he does not. Like his confrontation with Guy later, when he has the line, "The reason that I would rather live with men than kill them is certainly the reason why you are still alive." And
then D's response, "That kind of Christianity has its uses, I suppose." Oh, it's just like, talk about a scene chewing Bill. He's great. But yeah, and then right after oh God, my mind's already blanking out. Tiberias's exchange with Renaud, in his first scene, then he talks with the Muslim who's, accusing him. There's this great bit where he says, it's something about not offending God by associating with Christians. And Tiberias says, "But you will take Christian gold. Gold is gold, of course."
Again, he's an incredibly practical guy. But yeah, he puts a little extra sauce on those lines in that scene. And yes, and it's telling that, as you noted, even though he is incredibly loyal and steadfast and devoted to the idea of this kingdom of heaven and loyal to the king and a great friend to Sibila and Balian, ultimately he does not stay for the defense of the Jerusalem. And it would be very easy for for us in a character that didn't have it as much dramatic weight as Tiberias does, for us to be like, what the hell, guy? Like, why, like that's a coward's move. Why are you running away when your city needs you? But you understand it because of the dignity that Tiberias shows throughout this entire movie, and then that final, in that moment when he tells Balian that, I've given Jerusalem my whole life. First, I thought we were fighting for God. Then I realized we were fighting for wealth and land. I was ashamed. And you just feel the weight of that, like the weight of this man's entire life in those words. He is also seeking forgiveness in many ways, like most of the characters in this movie, most of the good characters. But for him, his atonement is to finally recognize that this city that he has given his life to, he can't give anymore, and it's the right choice for him to walk away. It is not the right choice for Balian, and obviously the citizens of Jerusalem need someone to defend him, but you understand why Tiberias at this moment, with everything that's happened, can't bring himself to make that choice. And so
it's a really interesting choice, because the sort of more tropish cliche thing that you would expect from other movies would be that at the very least he changes his mind and he comes back at like a really opportune moment, and then he sacrifices himself and and all that. But I think that's what's really great about this film, is it doesn't necessarily, I mean, there's certain things that feed into sort of things that we expect. We'll actually get into one of them as near the film's end, but for the most part, it sort of eschews those sort of quote unquote cliches, and it becomes like that's this character's arc, and it feeds into Balian's arc of him needing to step up and be the defender of Jerusalem. I think it's a really interesting move for the character, even if like deep down I'm like, no, Tiberias, stay, fight for the people. And but I think but nonetheless, I think it's it works very well as a fitting end to this character in the movie. And yeah, I actually wonder, like, this is when we could get into wondering about like fan fiction, falling after, like, I wonder what happens to Tiberias after all this. And
I hope he gets himself a nice little like villa by the sea and just gets to sit there and look out at the ocean, because he has given his entire life to this ideal, and ultimately for him to have I think the reason that he doesn't stay to defend Jerusalem is not because he knows that like it's going to involve like more killing of people before it's done, and he's basically has the line, he's saying like, I've given my life, I thought I was giving my life to like light and and God's will, but I've actually given my life to death, and I won't do it anymore. And that's a noble decision on his part to walk away, even though he could have helped, obviously, but it's for you buy this choice because that Tiberias is a good man, and he has proven his quality throughout this movie, and at a certain point we all reach our limit, and Tiberias has reached his.
Yeah, and also by the way, and I should say, this is another thing that is helped by the director's cut. We get more of Tiberias's character, and just the sheer like time we spend with all these characters overall over the course of the movie. I will admit to, when I initially saw the film, being a bit like, he's just leaving?
Mm-hmm.
What? But when you watch the longer cut of this movie and you've spent more time with these characters and watched the full tragedy of the story, of which Tiberias is fully aware, he's there when Sibila makes the decision that she's going to, end her son's life, and that's feeding into Tiberius's state of mind about all of this. And so when you reach that moment with him, it really makes a lot of sense that he would make this decision, and it feels like a full, beautiful character arc, in a way that maybe it didn't in the theatrical version of the movie. So really, like, even the people who are not like, who you wouldn't think of as directly affected by the cuts made to this movie, I think all the character arcs benefit enormously. So before we get into like the defense of Jerusalem, let's backtrack slightly and just give a couple minutes to Baldwin's death and Sibila's son, ascending to the throne, and then the tragedy of that, and how Dee fits into all this. I mean, Baldwin's like, we get that beautiful scene where he's saying goodbye to Sibila, remember me as I was. And it's so beautiful. And then, another piece of like, I'm going to be mentioning this, but another like temp track that made it into the movie is a great piece of music by Hans Zimmer, composed for the movie Hannibal, that plays over Baldwin's death and his funeral. And this is just one of the most haunting sequences in the movie, because rather than honor Baldwin's last wish, which is that she remembers him as he was, she chooses to remove his mask, to see his face. And it's a decision that she immediately regrets, because you can't unsee that. And it's just, like I said, it's so haunting. It's, I remember seeing it in theater and I was like, oh God, are they going to show it? They showed it. And it's not great.
I mean, I think that they had to show it. I mean, they definitely could have left it to the imagination of removing the mask and just showing us Sibila's reaction, because that's the most important thing. But I think it's telling that like it ultimately is, like an act of love, between these two characters who do love each other very, very much. I love the moment, like, when Tiberias tells Sibila to go and see her brother, and she's like, no, I can't bear to look at him. He knows this. That doesn't mean I love him any less. But when she finally does, and she sees him, and, we get that incredible, like, intimacy between the two siblings, where, he's like, I was dreaming about the day I defeated Saladin on the battlefield. And she just smiles and says, you were a beautiful boy. You've always been beautiful in every way. Incredible moment for the character there. And then he's returning, my beautiful sister, I'm sorry I caused you any pain. And she just looks at him like she can't even believe he's saying that, because like, of course he has in some respects because of his condition, but that's not his fault, and what he's given is so much more. So I love their interaction. I love the music too. I recognized it not only from the movie Hannibal, but from the TV show Hannibal, which also uses it. It's called Vide Cor Mium. And yes, I like, the second I saw it, I was like, that's not an original score for this movie, but I don't care, because it fits the moment.
It's like when it's so funny. Like another Ridley Scott film, when I saw it, just when was that, last year or the year before, when Napoleon came out, and I saw that in theater, and it uses the Dawn theme from Pride and Prejudice. I was like, what? You can't do that. but I'll never be terribly upset about hearing that music in the theater. But yeah, it's just a thing that Ridley, it has always been in his repertoire of of choices, and he's still doing it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, just as you said, it's if it's great music and it fits the scene, then it's a valid choice.
Yeah,
But in particular,
I choose to look at it as he uses temp tracks as if they were pieces of classical music, basically. Yeah. And that's fine. Like, once you accept it, it is what it is. I do tend to feel sorry for the composers he brings on, because it's like no composer wants to have their music replaced by a pre-existing piece of score. But at the end of the day, the director's in charge. So
so again, great music, but I do want to back up a little bit to the final scene that Balian has with Baldwin and Tiberias, where they're trying to convince him, for the good of the kingdom, to essentially take power, to take control of the army, and in doing so, marry the woman that he has fallen in love with, Sibila. And to us, we're thinking, this sounds like a pretty sweet deal. But Balian raises the complication: what about Guy? And Tiberias says he will be
executed.
And we, as modern audiences, are like, even sweeter deal. Because Guy kind of sucks. But obviously, it's an
like, the only reason Guy is not like the only reason we're not saying Guy is the worst is because Reynald exists. But even so, it's pretty close.
It's incredibly thematically important, obviously, that Balian doesn't make that choice, because we calling back to the absolutely beautiful scene between him and Baldwin earlier, where Baldwin had the speech about your soul is yours alone, you're keeping alone.
And Balian repeats words back. He says, a king may move a man, you said, but the soul belongs to the man. Yes, I did.
Yes, I did. Which is one of my favorite moments of Edward Norton's performance, that just he's recognized as like, yes, I did. I said those words and I meant it. And
then Balian says, you have my love and my answer. It's God, so great. And then, like, this whole stream could have just been me reciting the entire screenplay, but but just when Tiberias falls out and says, why do you protect Guy? And so he's a man who hates you, insults you, kill you himself if he had the chance. For the salvation of this kingdom, would it be so hard to marry Sibila? Jerusalem has no need of a perfect knight. No, it is a kingdom of conscience or nothing. Which, by the way, is one of my favorite Orlando Bloom deliveries in this film.
Yeah,
it's just amazing.
And
then he and Sibila have a confrontation, and and she's upset at him for saying no, and she says, there will come a day when you wish you had done a little evil to do a greater good.
And obviously, like, we thinking about this in the real politics sense, we have to, like, our modern minds have to be thinking that yes, it probably would have been the smarter thing for Balian to agree to this deal, to get rid of Guy, who again is not a good guy, and marry Sibila, this woman he actually is genuinely in love with, and protect the city and protect the kingdom and preserve the peace. But as he mentions again from that speech that Baldwin had given to him, when you stand before God, you cannot say, but I was told by others to do thus, or that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. And for the entire reason that Balian came here to the Holy Land in the first place was essentially to seek forgiveness and absolution for his sins, not only for his sin of having murdered his brother, but up for his wife's sin, his wife who he believes has been is in hell because of the suicide.
Which, by the way, we didn't take the time to like recite the delicious dialogue that Michael Sheen has in that scene where you want to kill him, so you're not actually that happy when he dies, but it says, if you take the crusade, you may relieve your wife's position in hell. I put it delicately. She was a suicide. She is in hell. What she does there without a head.
and it's like, well, guy, you were going to find out what you may be doing in hell because you're going there right now. As if falling into the fire after being stabbed wasn't enough of a visual to confirm that this guy is going down.
Jeez. Oh my God. Okay, so and then her son becomes king, and she makes the bargain with D. She says, if my son has your knights, you have your wife. And so the devil's bargain is made, and and then it's so cruel when she sees the wax hit her son's hand and he feels nothing. It's like this. It's just so cruel and unfair, and but just like the pain that goes through her, at realizing this, and like Eva Green's performance is just so amazing as this mother who doesn't even can't even face this, and as it becomes more and more evident, just the horror on her face as she just kind of leans up against the wall in tears, and it's just And by the way, we have not had the chance to sufficiently hate on the patriarch of Jerusalem, played by John Finch.
We'll get there. He has a lot more reasons to take him down in the siege sequence.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, no, and then her scene with Tiberias, where she just like starts, throwing the chair, and she's like, "How long till he wears a mask? Will you have one made for him? And what did my son do to deserve this?" And she says,
Jerusalem is dead, Tiberias. No kingdom is worth my son alive in hell. I shall go to hell instead.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So good.
And then for Tiberias to step forward and hug her in that moment, again, this is one of those moments where we see that the bond between these characters is real and genuine, and because this is, in that moment they are not, Princess and Marshall. They are two, friends who love each other and he's helping her and are suffering through this terrible tragedy of this young boy who, again, obviously did not deserve this terrible plague of leprosy. And it's one of those things that rightly makes people question, God's plan. Like, how can the suffering of this innocent child truly be God's will? And ultimately, it's a question that the movie can't answer, because this is something that's people have been struggling with for millennia, ever since we created we first conceived about the idea of God. And so ultimately, what she decides to do, her saying, "I will go to hell instead," means exactly that she is going to give her son peace by killing him. and by putting him, and like, obviously she does it in a very, merciful way, spends the entire day with him, playing with him, listening to him, letting him, sleep on her chest. And then when she pours the poison in his ear, you know what she's done, and why she's done it. But like, God, that like, to his credit, to his very minimal credit, when we catch up with Reynold later, he says the one thing that is perhaps accurate when he hears what Sibila has done. He's like, she has more backbone than I do. Yes, yes, she does.
Of course, he's saying because he's marching around.
Oh, that
he goes, the king is in heaven.
Yeah.
Yes. His mother has more backbone than I do.
which I know we've mentioned Reynold many times, but Brendan Gleeson is so fucking good in this movie,
and he is the worst.
Yeah.
Like, he's a monster, an absolute monster, and but he's also endlessly entertaining. Like his, and even we addressed the exchange between him and Tiberias, but just the fact that his first line is, "Who says I raid?" And then cut to the next time we see him, he's with D, charging into raiding, the Muslim garrison, and just finding the guy who accused him before, and he says, "It's you," and takes the sword and just cuts him down. And he's horrible, but he's also great.
Yeah, and what makes him interesting is that you get the sense that Guy, despite being a monster, kind of thinks he's the hero. He thinks he's the good guy in many respects, whereas Reynold knows he's a monster. He has that line right before he kills Salahuddin's sister, where he says, "I am what I am. Somebody
has to be." Yeah. Oh God. And then when he goes up to her and
she tells him that
first the other soldier says Saladin's sister, and he goes, "I know." And then he goes up to her, and we don't get a translation of what she, but it sounds like kind of the same thing of, we hear the name Saladin. So either she's saying that she's Saladin's sister, or that he's going to avenge her, something to that effect. He just repeats again, "I know." And it's, so he fully deserves what he gets, because he is an absolute monster. But I love that at the Battle of Csokas, like, when Sibila is riding into the city, he's sitting up there atop. He might as well be holding like a container of popcorn. He's going, "Visitors!" And it's a show for him.
Yeah, you get the sense that, like, whether or not he truly believes in God, he's a member of this religious order, the Knights Templar, but he's doing things, again, that Christ would not condemn, that Christ would not, condone. And you kind of get the sense that he is accepting of the fact, it's like, this needs to be done, and I may go to hell for it, so I'm going to enjoy the hell out of my life here on earth. And that makes him even more. But he also, like, it's telling that, like, he accepts that this is going to come for him eventually, like when he is captured by Salahuddin, and that moment with the goblet that you mentioned. It's like, you're like, yeah, he knows he's dead. He knows that, like, Salahuddin's going to kill him and as vengeance for his sister, and he just accepts that this is the way the game is played.
And by the way, like, that sequence is so beautiful in its brutality. Just again, I'm actually not completely sure what that piece of music is, because I don't think it's original score. I think that's like a chamber piece of some kind, but the way Saladin just quickly takes the knife and cuts his throat, and the blood's coming out, and then they carry Renaud over and just like hold him out, and his head is like sticking back as Saladin takes the sword and then just cuts down. It's like, and all the while that's the very religious music is playing, and it's like it's so violent and brutal, but it's beautiful in the way that it's shot and edited, and it's great. This movie is really good at that, about juxtaposing the brutality of war against sort of the religious fervor through like the music and stuff. It's great. And like, speaking of Renaud, like I mentioned earlier about that kind of thing with the music, with the Battle of Kerak, and which is just like one of my favorite action sequences out of any movie. I think it's so beautiful the way it's choreographed and shot, and like when you get those wide shots of Balian's men like riding into the army, and just especially, and I think I already mentioned it, but I'm going to say it again, just those shots of once he falls off of his horse and he's there on the battlefield, and you've got Harry Gregson Williams' beautiful music playing against it, and just the way he's swinging his sword around and fighting. It's again, to talk about the music, like it's not scored like how you would expect an action sequence to be scored. It's just so beautiful, and so yeah, even though like that's more like a skirmish compared to the battle for Jerusalem, but it's a part of the movie that always really sticks out in my mind as just being so beautifully executed.
Yeah, no, I mean the battle scenes in this movie are incredible. Ridley Scott obviously has a talent for depicting these epic scale battles, and the Battle of Kerak, as you said, more of a skirmish because Balian only has 100 men at his command, but the fight that they put up is clearly impressive. This is part of Balian building his legend, and obviously it's brutal as well. This is where like they get to add extra blood and gore, and show again the horrors of what's happening here. I remember because I love Ridley Scott's battle sequences so much. I remember during my initial watch being a little disappointed that they skipped over the Battle of Hattin, because that was a battle I had done a lot of research on. But ultimately, the reason that they do it is because that is really one of Saladin's great victories, but he isn't the main character of this movie, and the point of that battle is essentially that Guy makes an incredibly stupid mistake, and Saladin crushes him. And
that's the thing. You always have to be careful with battle scenes in movies like this, because if you're going to have a battle scene, you better damn well be following your main character.
Exactly.
And our main character is not involved in that battle. So, yeah.
Well, I think he was in the actual history, but obviously they make a different choice for this movie. Balian. Yeah. It makes more sense that Balian's not going to go with them to this battle that he knows is a bad idea, and it's much more important that we just see he make that choice, and then we cut to the end. It's like, yep, Balian was right, and Saladin has crushed Jerusalem's army, and now there's nothing standing between him and the city.
And speaking of that section of the film, preceding that is when Guy tries to have Balian killed, and there's that great fight sequence where the Knights Templar come and try and fight him. We don't need to dwell on that too much, because it's in nice action sequences with some good beats, but what follows upon that is like is one of my favorite beats in the movie, because it's when he survives and he comes back, and Guy is in the middle of his big speech about riding off to war, and he's like, and he's finishing off, and he says, "It is war, and I am," and he sees Balian, he goes, "The king." he's He's so thrown off by the fact that Balian's still alive.
It's kind of a trope, but I love that moment where like a character tries to have somebody killed, and then the person they were trying to have killed gets to show up and basically be like, and speaking of that moment where Balian survives, if you want more evidence of the Hospitalier is an angel theory, the fact that he shows up out of nowhere and basically puts one finger on Balian and heals him, and then he disappears.
Yeah, like I think that's why Christine earlier was like, that's my headcanon now. I'm like, it doesn't even really have to be headcanon because there's pretty strong evidence. But then he marches off, to Hattin and is beheaded. So actually the ambiguity is still there. But I think he's an angel.
I think he is too, and it's implied in that before he goes off, when Balian's kind of surprised he's going to the battle, and he's like, my orders with the army, and he's like, you go to certain death, all death is certain. I will tell your father what kind of man you've become, and that I actually take that as another point of evidence. It's like, yeah, he knows he's going to die because he's going to go back to heaven, and then he's going to get to
and the actual line is I just want to say, because I love it exactly the way it's phrased, where he says, all death is certain. I shall tell your father what I've seen you become. And it's just, it's so great. Okay, let's get into the Battle of Jerusalem. We can do this.
We can do it.
We've got time. Got to start off with big speech moment. Of course, preceding the big speech is now we can properly, tear him apart, where the patriarch, played by John Finch, is trying to convince Balian to flee the city, it says, and Balian's like, and the people, it is unfortunate about the people, but it is God's will. Which, and by the way, it should be mentioned, there's a long history with John Finch and Ridley Scott. John Finch was originally supposed to play John Hurt's character in Alien. And so it's kind of a treat to actually see him here. He's not playing a very flattering character. And so, it's, and he's being antagonistic all the way throughout, especially this sequence coming up and throughout the film. And, but he's there till the end and survives, bastard.
One of those another great moments is when he's looking out at the army and he basically tells the people, convert to Islam, repent later. And then Balian just looks over and is like, you taught me much about religion, your Eminence.
Oh God. So, okay. Big speech moment. This is like, and I'm going to talk again about temp tracks because this scene gets another one. But let's focus on the content of the scene first. It's just like, it's so good, and it carries over from, Balian ends up knighting, a whole slew of people, and he gets to repeat, the Rise of Night, speech. And I still say that from this era of big epic movies, that the best pre-battle speech is Keira Knightley in At World's End. But I also think that Orlando should get props for this one because it's pretty good.
Well, I mean, Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom they can share the title. They've done a fair few movies together.
Yeah. Yeah, in his, let me see if I can pull up the speech in its entirety. Because if I had just watched the movie, I could recite it from memory, but okay, here we go. I got it. Yes, he's speaking from, atop, the battlements to all the people of Jerusalem. It has fallen us to defend Jerusalem, and we have made our preparations as well as they can be made. None of us took this city from Muslims. No Muslim of the great army now coming against us was born when the city was lost. We fight over an offense we did not give, against those who are not alive to be offended. What is Jerusalem? Your holy places lie over the Jewish temple that the Romans pulled down. The Muslim places of worship lie over yours. Which is more holy? The wall, the mosque, the sepulchre? Who has claim? No one has claim. All have claim. And the patriarch says, that is blasphemy. And then Elmar says, be quiet. We defend this city, not to protect these stones, but the people living within these walls. But that is not like like, he does a great job there, but that right there is not like the big, the really big moment that he gets. It's the really great moment is then when he, comes down from the battlements, and let's see if I can probably remember this one off of the top of my head, but let's see if I can pull it up anyway. Okay, it's not listed here, but it's when the when the patriarch says, how can we defend this city without knights? We have no knights, truly. And you, what is your position? And I'm servant to the patriarch. Kneel. Something again, I don't remember the exact wording. Everyone capable of bearing arms, kneel. And then they all kneel. Which, by the way, and he's spotted at this point the gravedigger from the beginning of the film, who has made his way to Jerusalem, and so he proceeds to knight them all and says, "Be without fear in the face of your enemies." Sorry, God, what is
safeguard the helpless.
Safeguard the helpless and do no wrong. That is your oath.
Never lie, even if it leads to your death.
Your death.
And, yeah. So.
God, I remembered it earlier. This is just a sign of when I start to get like tired after 3+ hours that my memory starts going.
Okay, but, it's be without fear in the face of your enemies. Be bright and upright. Be brave and upright, that God may love thee. Speak the truth always, even if it leads to your death. Safeguard the helpless and do no wrong. That is your oath. And that's so you'll
slap. And that's so you remember it. Rise a knight. Rise a knight. And then he turns to the grave digger and says, Master Grave Digger, it is you, but not what I was, and nor are you. Rise a knight. And then and the patriarch says, who do you think you are? You think making a man a knight makes him a better fighter? And yes. And, and then we're into the battle, and it's great. And that bit with the gravedigger was cut out of the original version because obviously we didn't meet him in the beginning of the film originally, and so he's just an extra in the original version of the movie. But I love that there's that connective tissue to the beginning of the film. And it's something that some people may not even as he addresses him directly, you may not pick up on it. It's one of those things that I think probably rewards repeat viewings and noticing those details. But I think it's a great, like, just imagining that they were both this one thing, you know, back in France, and then they've now met up in completely different circumstances. And unfortunately, the gravedigger will not make it through the battle. There's that great beat where Balian sees him dead before he goes out to treat with Saladin, and he says, "Remember me in France, Master Gravedigger." And it's a beautiful moment, but sad and tragic.
And especially, you know, because he was not the man that he was in France. You know, he has, you know, become something more, as Godfrey had promised. You know, people who can come to this place they are what their quality makes them, and clearly the Gravedigger had great quality. And I also love he gets a moment with Sibila in the movie where Sibila at this point, after the death of her son, has, you know, cut off all her hair and is
you're fine, Christine, but I'm glad we pointed it out, because now you'll notice when you go to watch the movie.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, like, she's cut off all her hair, and she's now working essentially to try and minister to the wounded. And one of the people she ministers to is the Gravedigger. And he obviously recognizes that, as he says, "You are not a sister." And Sibila responds, "We are what we do." And the Gravedigger says, "Then I'm a man who's traveled a long way to die for nothing. What would you say to that?" And Sibila says, "I would say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, Queen of Jerusalem." But obviously, the Gravedigger does not die for nothing. You know, he gives his life in term for the defense of the city, and there is actually and for the people within it, and there's no higher idea.
Yeah, and to his extreme credit, like, he does make it all the way to that final, you know, the final bit of battle before Balian treats with Saladin. So he was of immense, like, you're right, he didn't die for nothing. He fought, you know, for the people of Jerusalem. And it's, you know, it's another one of those touches that, you know, to this film that's just beautiful to see. And like, the actor is there, like, you see him in the original version of the film, but that context is missing. And I'm really glad that stuff was put back in. And for the people who want a more direct connection, I actually did snap a picture of him in the beginning of the film. You can see him right here on the left hand side. But so what follows is the massive Battle of Jerusalem, and I really don't know how else to discuss it other than just praise what a massive accomplishment it is, because especially, like, coming after Lord of the Rings, this was like, you know, I think we saw a lot of movies taking advantage of the technology that had progressed in the aftermath of Lord of the Rings. Troy used it to great effect with, you know, sweeping shots of armies and stuff, but there was something about the way that this movie, you know, just because so much of it was shot like an old school epic, but also there were these big, huge, grand shots where, you know, you needed to show off, you know, these sweeping, you know, shots of armies. Like, one of my favorites is, you know, the shot in the desert where you see, like, one lone, you know, soldier, and you know, Balian, second in command, says, you know, "It is only one man. No, they are here." And the camera lifts up to show the entire army, you know, behind him. It's kind of evocative of a similar shot that we get in Dune Part 2, actually. And yeah, and it's great because you watch it from like now and you're like, it still looks freaking amazing, even 20 years later. And but yeah, all the stuff with the siege towers and all the fire and all that, which by the way, and there's a really good behind the scenes story because one of the siege towers actually caught fire and burned like overnight, because they hadn't noticed, they hadn't gotten all the fire like underneath one of them, and it sort of built and built and built, and then overnight, like the whole thing caught fire and practically burnt to a crisp. It was like all blackened and stuff, and they called, obviously they had like people putting out the fire, but they called Arthur Max, the production designer, who now's a good time to name check him because Arthur Max is a legend and he works with Ridley Scott all the time. And yeah, he's just amazing. He got a whole thing where like, you really need to get down here. One of the towers, caught fire, and he's like, is it out? And they said, yeah. He says, I'll see you in the morning. and then actually when he got there the next day and saw it, he was like, I love it, this is perfect. And they ended up putting it in the background of one of the shots, and use the fact that it was all blackened and messed up. So they ended up, and they had to fix a little bit of like the wall had gotten a bit scorched too, so they had to fix that up. But as for the actual siege tower, they just used it, and it's an amazing little bit of set dressing for the film. And so they turned what could have been like, I think a lot of people were panicking when that happened, but it ended up working out.
Yeah. Oh. All the little fires that happen in the behind the scenes process. In this case, it was a literal one, but it ended up working out to the movie's benefit. Yeah, all the stuff with the siege towers is just awesome. Like, yes, it is very evocative of like the battle of the attack on Minas Tirith in Lord of the Rings with the siege towers. But in particular, I love like this being another opportunity to see Balin's, ingenuity and creativity as a military leader, and like the plans he comes up with to help them hold off against these overwhelming odds, from doing the marking so that they can time when to fire their own catapults, to the plans that, to the oil, to the way they take down the siege towers, where they basically use these scorpions to impale them, and then they drop these weights and they pull them over. And I just I remember just thinking, this is incredibly not only thrilling to watch, but like really clever and ingenuous. And it's clearly impressing Salahuddin, because we get a lot of shots of him like seeing this army attempt like go up against this wall, and then they keep getting rebuffed, and their siege towers are falling, and their battering ram is burned. And again, we're seeing Ghassan Massoud's like eyes as he's just watching this and processing that. And then we cut to the beautiful moment in the tent where he asks Imad, who defends? Balian of Ibelin, the son of Godfrey. Godfrey nearly killed me in Lebanon. Truly, I did not know he had a son. It was his son at Kerak. The one you let live? Yes. Perhaps you should not have. Perhaps I should have had a different teacher, which is a beautiful moment between those two characters.
Oh God. And like, there's just, and there's so many great, like just visceral, sort of amazing, shots and things they did with the weaponry, and like when they're firing all the fiery, the fireballs in the city, and when they hit down in the city and like the camera shakes, and it's just all this mayhem. And then you mentioned about Saladin sort of watching what's going on the battlements. There's this great moment where like Balian gets up on top and starts fighting, like throws off the flag or whatever, and there's just this great shot of him looking like appropriately badass, just staring out. It's the cinematic illusion is that he and Saladin are looking right at each other, which wouldn't really be possible.
It's the hero shot.
Yeah. And it's just the scale of it is great. I do think that this movie has like my favorite battle scenes out of like those couple of years of like epic movies, not including Lord of the Rings, which obviously takes the cake, but what came after Lord of the Rings with those big movies. Oh God, I was just about to remark on something. What? Okay, I know what it was. And the thing is, like, again, this stuff only really works as well as it does in the director's cut, because in the theatrical version, like, we've talked about how how so much of what was taken out sort of crippled performances and story arcs, but what it also does is it cripples the emotion of the film. You're not as involved in what's actually going on in the original edit of the movie, and so when you get to these battle scenes, it's kind of like you're kind of feeling like, okay, let's just get on with it. But when you watch the director's cut, you're so immersed in the characters and the tragedy of what's unfolded that all these battle sequences you're just sort of sitting back in awe of the destruction that has been unleashed as a result of all these machinations of characters like Dee and Reynald and the tragedy of what's happened, with Baldwin and with Sibila's son. And so like that ultimately is why you need all those moments, because it's like, I'm sure the studio's feeling was like, we just want a big action movie, basically. But those action sequences feel completely hollow if you don't have something behind it all. And that's what this director's cut proves. It's that, yes, the film is longer, but it's immensely more engrossing and involving. And you actually feel the stakes in the siege of Jerusalem. And so, yeah, I'm just, I hate for this stream to just be a whole thing of the studio screwed up massively, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. We have a vastly superior version of the movie now to discuss. And yeah, you're exactly right about the battle scenes. Like, ultimately, we are going to care more about the incredible action that is unfolding on our screens if we are invested, because the story is driven by character, and character is driven by emotion, and emotion is driven by the interpersonal relationships that we see unfolding on screen, and our attachment to those characters in this story. So ultimately, it's like, yeah, because like we've gotten this more rich story about Balin and the journey he's been on, and Sibila and everything she's gone through, and and the gravedigger and all the citizens of, and even like Almeric, who's again Balin's kind of right hand man, and we've kind of gotten a couple great moments from him, like Balin offering him Ibelin before the battle, and it's a poor and dusty place, he says, but ultimately we care about these people. We want them to make it through this, and we care about characters on the other side too. We care about Saladin and Imad, and ultimately that's why, like, even though it's thrilling to watch these big battle sequences and to see Balian make his stand and repel the army from the breached wall, like, ultimately the victory is that we want this to end. We want these characters to survive and to be okay and be able to be at peace. And we get that because we have gotten this bait, like as Imad had said, your enemies will know your quality before you ever meet them. This is Balian and Saladin's first time meeting them, but they're able to have this parley in this respect because of their actions throughout this movie. and that means that they are able to strike this deal that allows for much less loss of life than there would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and Balian does get like one more big speech moment where they're having to like make a last stand before, as the wall is coming, crumbling down, and yeah, it's he really does get in these great moments, and it is like it's really just all about making this as difficult as possible for Saladin and his forces to, as he says, pressure him to offer terms, and and he eventually does get that. But it takes them right up to the end, as But he says to him, Saladin says, "Will you yield the city?" And he goes, "Before I lose it, I will burn it to the ground. Your holy place is ours. All the things that drive men mad." Yeah, I wonder if it would not be better if you did. You would destroy it, every stone. You will lose your army here and never raise another. I swear to God that to take this city will be the end of you. And I think Saladin says, oh God, I can't remember the exact words. Again, forgive me, everybody. I haven't rewatched like I normally do for these things. Your city is filled with women and children, and Balian basically says, "You offer terms, I ask none," and then forces Saladin to compromise and agree to let all the people of the city go free. And it's and then he does make that generous offer. He says, "I will give safe contact, all of them, safe contact to Christian lands, the old, the women, all your knights and soldiers, and your queen. Your king, such as he is, and what God will make of him. No one will be harmed, I swear to God."
I swear to God, yeah. And then that's when you get the Christians butchered every Muslim in the city when they took the city. "I am not those men. I am Salahuddin." But yeah, I kind of think it's like if this were a different movie, there could have been like an amusing, and it wasn't based on history. There would have been a thing where Balian was like, yes to the safe passage, yes to Sibila, you can keep Geeks.
But again, it is in keeping with the themes of the movie and Balian's journey. Of course, he'll take D.
Yeah. Although he doesn't seem very grateful for that later. I wonder why.
Yeah. And so, and then we have I had forgotten that. I'm glad you mentioned earlier. I do love that bit with the patriarch. Convert to Islam, repent later. It's just that is one of those moments where we need something to like crack a smile and chuckle at. And then Balian walks back towards the city, and again it's like there's this feeling of foreboding of like there's a weight to all this, that a lot of people died, and it is kind of like, and so much of it was unnecessary. And he has that great line where he says, "If this is the kingdom of heaven, let God do with it as he wills." And then he goes up to talk to Sibila, who like throughout this whole process, like as part of her own sort of journey, she's cut off all her hair, and she's adorning a simple dress so that she could go amongst the people and help with the defense of the city without, and part of it is not drawing attention to herself, and but also it's her state of mind as well. And Balian goes up to her and says, your brother's kingdom was here and here. That kingdom can never be surrendered. And she says, yeah, what shall I do? And then she lists the place where she's still, and queen. And he says, decide not to be a queen, and I will come to you. And yeah, and then we get the final scene with Dee, which, full disclosure, I'm still not sure whether I like this in the movie or not. I think, I mean, ultimately I do enjoy it being in the movie, but I think this could have easily been left out as well. But I think this was one of those things that Ridley Scott went back and forth on, but ultimately I do like what it has to say. Is sort of about Balian's journey, and I think it is sort of the final sort of moment of him showing how far he's come, and that he's not going to take someone's life who he hates. But we get one final, we get a decent sword fight between him and Dee. And it's fun. I'll say another thing I really love about this sequence is the sound editing, because when those swords are hitting each other and hitting the wall and stuff, it's when you have these action sequences, I think sound editing can be underappreciated. And I think it's really killer in this scene, and I just love the fact that Balian has Dee at his mercy and could swing that sword, and he chooses not to, and so I do think it's an important part of his journey, but also there's a version of this movie where that part of it can stay out. It's not in the theatrical version, and unlike other things, I don't think that really upsets me, because in a way it is kind of fitting to have Dee just sort of disappear into the background, but I like it there too. So
yeah, I think I lean on positive on including this, because ultimately Guy has been this movie's primary antagonist, and it is kind of, in keeping with the traditional rules of filmmaking, it is fitting to have our primary hero, Balian, get one final moment with the primary antagonist, Guy, and actually be the one to, defeat him. Because before this, it was Saladin who had defeated Guy. But in this moment, it's just it is a little bit anticlimactic coming after the Great Battle of Jerusalem, but that's kind of the point. It's Guy. It's Guy's kind of he really shouldn't be doing this at this point, but he is just kind of he's lost everything. He's been humiliated, and because he has not learned or grown from this, of course he's going to try to goad Balian into a fight, and Balian is just I can't, it's this, I can't believe he has no interest in fighting Guy, but he has to, so he's gonna dispense with him, but he doesn't need to kill him. He didn't need to kill him when he there was the proposal to have Guy executed and marry Sibila. He didn't have to counsel Guy not to go off to war, which he did, and he doesn't need to kill him now. He's basically just saying, this is all on you, buddy. I don't have anything against you at this point, even though you've been terrible to me. I'm not going to kill you. And then we get and we're all leaving. We're all going home. Take your life. Do something with it. And we get the reversal of the idea, that idea that Godfrey had mentioned of here in the Holy Land, the person who have been begging in the streets or whatever could be the master of the city, and the master of the city begs in the gutter. And that is that we have seen this with Balian, the reversal between Balian and Guy, because Balian was, a man of the peasantry, and Guy was a great lord and knight, and now they've come to this place, and Balian is the great hero and knight, and Guy is almost nothing. And I love the fact that even though he's defeated, Balian still has that great little cutting remark to Guy at the end, which fulfills the rule of three in a kind of funny, subversive way of what he's like, when you rise, if you rise, rise a knight. And notably, we do not see Guy rise. So yeah, like I agree. It's not strictly necessary, but I do like that this moment's here.
Yeah, I think it hits thematically and all the things that the film is talking about, and it is a nice resolution. So yeah, it's just, for me, never been one of the things that was strictly necessary in the way that a lot of other things in the director's cut were, but also I'm perfectly fine with the fact that it's there. Yeah, and then Balian. Well, I was going to say Balian proceeds to leave the city, but we also get this really beautiful montage of the restoration of Jerusalem to the Muslim rule, and bringing all their monuments back, and this is intercut with Balian and Imad saying goodbye, and yeah, I know we talked about that earlier, but I do want to mention it again because, like, it's again, you just talked about rules of three. This is pretty much the third encounter between them, and there's just such beautiful symmetry. You said it earlier, but I love his line where he says, "This is not a very good horse. I will not keep it."
You know what he actually means there. He means it is a good horse, and I'm giving it back to you as a gesture for what you did for me.
And he says, "And if God does not love you, how could you have done all the things that you have done? Peace be upon you." And yeah, it's so beautiful. I love their relationship so much, and like I said, I could have had so much more of Alexander Siddig in this movie, but we're blessed to have him in the parts that he is in there, and that's another movie potentially. But I will say, like, I joked earlier that I always think of him as Dr. Bashir, and that's not strictly true, because I actually had not seen Deep Space Nine at this point, and so I think primarily I just knew Alexander Siddig for this film for a while, and I think it honestly may be my favorite performance of his, because I think he's so charismatic in the part, and so yeah, I would say this movie has just made me over the years want to see more and more of him. And he's doing a completely different thing in Deep Space Nine. Like, he is not even remotely the same kind of character. So I will say that not too long after he did this, he was in he had a bit part in 24, which he should have done a lot more. He should have been a lot more of that series. I think they made some very bad decisions with his character that season, and it would have been nice to see him in more of that. I feel the same way about Game of Thrones, honestly. I think they severely misused his character in the show, even though he was great. I thought he was phenomenal as Doran Martell, but yeah, it's like, you and I are always, we're always taking shots for being like what other people consider to be overly forgiving of Game of Thrones. But I think you and I are both kind of agreed that mistakes were made in the on that side of the story, in Dorne, and so. Yeah,
I will tell you, I have still defended it online. So so
have I. I think there's a lot of good things, but I do think it's one of the aspects that I wish they had gotten a bit more right, and I would have loved to see more of Alexander Siddig as Doran Martell. I just like to see him in things, and for me, I think it all goes back to this film. So he's a phenomenal actor.
No, I remember I got to do the curtain call for him on the old Watchers on the Wall website when his character died in Game of Thrones, and I loved doing it because I think that he's such a phenomenal actor.
Yeah. But then I eventually did go back and see Deep Space Nine, and I was like, oh, this is a joy, because he's playing such a nerd, and I loved it. Okay, digression over. I've heaped enough praise upon him now. But yeah, so that whole sequence is beautiful, just the way it's constructed, and it ultimately ends with Saladin, praying, and I think it's beautiful. It just shows, like, things change, the passage of time and conflict, and things, but ultimately, like, we're still going through all that, it's, it shows that it's like there is a way. And what this film does show is that, like, if not peace, then at least understanding is possible, and all the bloodshed and war really isn't necessary.
That's why I love that there's a moment in that montage is that Saladin is going through the halls where his contemporary Baldwin used to rule, and he comes across a cross that has been, discarded on the floor by one of his soldiers, and he picks it up and he puts it on the table, and in its place of honor, because again he recognizes that there was a better way, and even though ultimately he's going to have to keep fighting the Christians because they're not going to let this go, like, he is going to while he's in charge of this city, he's going to try to rule it with dignity and respect for people.
Yeah. And following that, we follow Balian, riding out from the city, and he spots Sibila, walking amongst the people, and he descends from his horse, holds her hand, and they walk off together, and they make their way back to France. Again, this is definitely like a Hollywood storytelling turn, but I'm completely fine with it. This is where I'm perfectly happy to give myself over to the fiction of the story. But it's a wonderful sequence where Balian is shown he's found his peace. He sees the tree that his wife planted, and it's a wonderful bit of resolution. And we also get a nice little surprise, because there's one more Game of Thrones alumni to come through our story.
The Thrones alumni number 5, right here under the wire.
And we get Richard the Lionheart himself, played by Sir Jorah Mormont, Ian Glenn.
Yep. which just makes me want a sequel to this movie.
Yeah, I was so disappointed that Ridley Scott went in a completely different direction with Richard the Lionheart when he did his Robin Hood movie. Yeah. I was like, oh no, like, he's not even the same kind of character.
It's like, to be fair, Richard the Lionheart's part in that story the Robin Hood story has a different mission, but it's like you had the perfect actor. You had Ian freaking Glenn. Why not go back to that well?
Yeah, it would have made me so happy if that had been a sequel, basically, to Kingdom of Heaven. But that's not what they were doing, and I have to accept that. But I will say this is another case where they announced the cast for Game of Thrones, and I saw his name, saw his picture. I was like, I know that guy from somewhere. And then I looked it up. I was like, oh, that's Richard the Lionheart from Kingdom of Heaven. So yeah, but it's such a delight having him come in at the last minute, like as is great tradition with Richard the Lionheart, where you know he should always come in at the last minute in movies. Yeah, I love it. He's like, yeah, you know, we come by this road searching for Balian, who is defender of Jerusalem. I am the blacksmith, and I am the king of England. I am the blacksmith. Oh, it's so great. Oh man. Yeah, it's like it makes me that's that appearance makes me so much happier after Game of Thrones, you know, just because it now carries with it so much emotional joy and resonance. But it was a great ending regardless. But
I mean, it does give it a little extra pop that it's Ian Glenn, and you know, I always get a little spark of joy when I see Game of Thrones actors popping up in other projects, even again though this preceded Game of Thrones. But it would have been a great scene regardless because it is Balian's, you know, resolution. You know, he has found his peace, he has found his place, and yeah, he does not need to go back. You know, he is moving forward with his life. You know. Fitting that he, you know, he started this movie basically adrift and in despair, and at his wife's suicide, as he understandably would be. But now that he's gone through this experience, he has, you know, he's found the forgiveness that he sought. He has, you know, he feels he has successfully atoned for his sin, and I believe that the symbolism of the tree that his wife planted blooming is meant to symbolize that no, she is not, her soul is not in hell. She has been redeemed as well. And the fact that he and Sibila later ride past her burial site, the cross, and Balian, you know, looks back, but he doesn't stop. He goes on because at this point, you know, he will always love his first wife, but he has a new path now with this woman he's in love with.
And which, by the way, and doesn't Eva Green just look absolutely amazing just in her whole get up with, like, you know, the fur coat. I'm not condoning killing of animals for clothing. I'm just saying like, it looks great.
It's like that, guys. They're in 1100s France. Yeah. Like if they wanted warm clothes, they had to wear some fur. We have other options now.
Yeah, just wanted to make that clear. No, God, she looks breathtaking. Yeah, and then they ride off together, and. Yeah, and I think we did like a little coda with on-screen text. I don't remember exactly what it says.
What it says is it says Richard the Lionheart went on to the Holy Land and crusaded there for 3 years, and basically he ended up forging an uneasy truce with Salahuddin, where they don't mention it. They don't take back Jerusalem, but they take back a number of other cities and reestablish the kingdom, basically. But then the final line is obviously the one that's most important. It said, nearly 1,000 years later, peace in the kingdom of heaven remains elusive. And it's like, you know, obviously that was relevant at the time when this movie was made, you know, back in 2005 at the heart of the Iraq War. It feels all the more potent now, given what is going on with Israel and Gaza at this moment.
Yeah, this unfortunately, I don't imagine that the story is ever going to be not relevant. Very sadly. Yeah, I wish that wasn't the case, but given the long history and what is, you know, everything that's going on right now, unfortunately, I think it's a conflict that I don't see ending anytime soon.
But perhaps it could if people were chose to be better.
Yeah. So yeah, and then it's capped off by the return of the wonderful film score, you know, which again I want to say is it is one of my favorite film scores ever written, and you know, And on cue, I'm going to say, yes, I've got the soundtrack right here. And actually, what's really interesting about the soundtrack is that it has like, if you listen closely, there's a number of pieces that you won't recognize from the movie, probably because they were taken out in favor of some of those temp tracks we mentioned, which, by the way, I didn't mention it when we were talking about it, or I didn't name the piece, but I just want to say when Balian is giving his Rise of Night speech before the battle, that piece, which is in the film, is actually written by Jerry Goldsmith from the film The 13th Night, or the 13th Warrior is what it's called. Great piece of music, but it's noticeably different from everything else in the movie. But it works really good. It just would be nice if one of these days if Ridley Scott did a version of this movie where the original score was put back in as written. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but one can dream. I do think one day we'll get a complete score release, and that'll be fun to listen to. Okay, so let's wrap this up because at least we got it to 4 hours. I tried to do better, Jared. I apologize.
No. I mean, this is a movie we've been both looking forward to discussing for a long time, and we could have easily gone longer. But yeah, we're just trying to be a little bit more economical, and we did wrap our discussion of the movie up in under 4 hours. So
yeah. This was great. I'm thoroughly hyped now for my screening on Wednesday. I'm looking forward to that, and I think I did pretty damn well, having not actually watched the movie in a while. But that's because I've seen it so many times. It is ingrained into my head. So, again, talking about the stuff we have coming up next week. We're going to talk about the final 6 episodes of Andor season 2. The week after that, we're going to talk about Rogue One, a Star Wars story. And then throughout June, we've got The Matrix, Star Wars, Batman Begins, The Empire Strikes Back, The Patriot, and then coming up in July, Return of the Jedi. So we got a lot of fun stuff on the way, and I hope you guys will come back for those. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm really happy we got to celebrate this film for its 20th anniversary. It's one of my favorite Ridley Scott films, and obviously one of my favorite movies of the year came out, but that year was stacked, as evidenced by all the anniversary screenings we've been going to the past couple months. But yeah, no, I just, that's it. Yeah, just in my mind, a classic film. I'm really happy that, for everything else that we've been giving the studio grief for, I'm actually still really glad that 20th Century Fox agreed to let Ridley Scott immediately do a director's cut for this film, because it would. I can't even imagine if we had never gotten this version of the movie. I'm really happy we did.
We would have been left wondering, forever, like, could there have been a version of the movie that reached that potential? And now we don't have to wonder because we have it. And as we joked about other things when it comes, now that it's in the world, you can't take it away from us because we own it on physical media.
Yeah. In many different formats. And by the way, I was actually... I was really upset because the new 4K Steelbook edition has been like really tough to pre-order, because that's the way the physical media world is right now, where the studios will release, remaster and release some catalog titles, but they're going to make it extremely difficult to order to drive up demand. And all that stuff. But I was actually able to place an order this morning when it went back up for sale for about 2 minutes on Amazon. And again, as we've talked about before, I don't like to use Amazon, but this really was the only It was the only way to secure a copy of this. So we do what we have to. I'm looking forward to getting it at the end of the month, a couple weeks after I get to see it on the big screen. So yeah, really looking forward to it. It's going to be a bunch of fun, and I'll be reporting back to you, Jared, as well as everybody else, how the screening goes, because I'm really psyched to see how it turns out remastered in 4K. So, but yeah. So that's it for me. What do you got, Jared, before we say goodbye?
I'll just close, as I sometimes like to do, with words of wisdom from the movie itself, and I will use the words that I put on my Blue Sky post promoting the stream, which is it's a small and understated moment in the movie, but it's one that actually carries great resonance across this entire epic, which is the line that Balian has inscribed on his on the rafters of his blacksmith shop. What man is a man who does not make the world better? And I think that is something, whatever, gender language aside, that is something that we should all take into consideration, with our actions. Because again, as the hospitality says, what God values is here. And if you put that out into the world, then, you won't be living the right way.
Yeah, very well said. Okay, well, thank you everyone who tuned in tonight. We will see you next week for Andor talk. And oh my God, I can't wait for it. That's going to be the only tough thing about Wednesdays. Like, I'm gonna have to go to sleep early on Tuesday night, so like, I may only be able to fit in one of the episodes when I get home from work that night, and save the other ones for after I get through the next day. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of avoiding of like the Force Center Discord and various other places. So that's going to be torturous. But oh no, I've got a lot of stuff I have to enjoy and watch. Poor me. So it's still going to be great. But yeah, hope you guys all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next week. Until then, bye.
Okay.